Brendan, can you hear me? I cannot hear you. I'm not getting any audio from you.
It might work better if I turn the mic on.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll recap everything I was just saying real quick. Matthew P. has joined us. Sam Wallace will shortly be joining us. I originally wasn't going to be able to do this, and then I was able to leave work early, and I wasn't feeling too great anyway. So if I duck out a couple of times, don't be surprised, but I'll be back and everything. But yeah, luckily I was able to. That's kind of why I was disorganized getting in here. But I don't have the audio up for it. Let me see if I can turn the closed captioning on. But I have the draft pulled up on ESPN, and I have the TSN draft coverage up as well on their website. So let's see what else we can get going here.
Yeah, I've got ESPN up too. And also, fair warning, I will my attendance will be intermittent as well, at least for a bit.
Okay,
they're still up, and I'll have to get them. Their bedtime is at 8:00, so
okay,
I'll probably have to go and get them down and then rejoin later.
No, that's totally fine.
But I'll be here as much as I can, which is why I'm not having my camera on, because I'll probably be out and about or going about doing some stuff. But I can hear you. So.
It's totally cool because we've got, since you, me, and Sam Wallace will all be here, we'll have plenty to cover because, like I said, I'm going to have to step out at least a couple of times myself. You remember the draft stream we did last year? That went on for last year's draft. I think I was on here for about 3-4 hours, and I remember you.
I remember I was in the chat.
Yeah, you were in the chat. You ducked out to take care of your kids and came back, and then it was still about 2 hours worth of 2 hours worth of work. All right,
we waited 2.5 hours to see the Canes trade back, and there's a good chance that'll happen again tonight.
And you said that Schaefer was already signing Islanders sweaters, and it seems to be.
Yeah, he did. He was signing an Islanders jersey before being drafted. That's something else.
That's pretty telling. He knows.
Yeah, he knows. It would be really, really funny if he wasn't, though.
They already got Dobson moved.
Or pick someone else.
They already got Dobson moved, so it's like it makes sense why they're going to draft him. That's the whole reason why they were trying to get Dobson out, was to make room for him. We'll get to some of the comments here before they make the official pick. Evan Smith, you're muted. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I didn't notice that. I like I said, I came home. I scrambled to get some food in me because I actually only eat like once every 30 hours right now. So like when I do want to eat, I have to eat. I took a picture of it because my girlfriend did a really good job making me a pork taco bowl. Tony, what's up, buddy? Thayer Crafts, what's up, buddy?
I need a napkin on it.
Hey, kiddo.
The napkin.
Tony, what's up? BG, good to see you, pal. Popping in and say what's up. Appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you too. Here's Sean Walker's #1 hater. Chance today's a great day to trade Sean Walker for draft capital.
We're going to trade Sean Walker. You might as well get like Kyrou or Thomas or something else out of the deal.
If Robert Thomas is available, then that's something I'd be totally willing to part with Sean Walker to make happen. And I really like Sean Walker.
I do too. Yeah, it's Robert Thomas. And honestly, it's like he and Buchnevich. I know there's this rumor going around that we're talking with St. Louis. I mean, we're talking with everybody. So it's not like, thank you, Captain Obvious.
I could definitely see Buchnevich coming here because Canes have been linked to him before. Like a couple of seasons ago, there was a lot of talk about them potentially getting Pavel Buchnevich, and he would be a good fit here.
He would, and then they were about to trade him, but the St. Louis decided to extend him instead, so that's fine, I suppose.
Yeah, Thayer Kref says also, what's good, buddy? Super long time since I've been in here for a live. Yeah, and I haven't done a whole lot of them lately. And after for free agency day, it's probably going to be Caniac Sessions that does that because we talked about how we were going to divide that up. So I decided, I'm like, hey, I'll do draft day if you guys can make it, and then we're going to do free agency coverage over on Caniac Sessions on July 1st. And then after that, I'm not going to be doing much. You'll see like some pre-recorded player analysis videos and a recap of the draft and stuff like that. For the most part, I'm going to spend summer concentrating on having everything ready on the warning take for next season. So that way, like, I can do shows more often and stuff like that. The Islanders did, in fact, water is wet, pick Matthew Schaefer.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, he's a big kid, 17, 6'2", and 186 pounds.
He's enormous.
He's got time to grow, too. Let's see. Tony D, what's up, pal? Last year's first round took like 4 hours. Yeah, we were on here for like 4 hours that entire stream. Like there were people that were going and coming back after like having to go have dinner or whatever. Tony D says, I wonder if Hurdle gets traded tonight. I hope so. All right, we have another one. Dylan Bollinger says, I wonder if the first pick sits there and goes, damn, any other team. Ha ha ha. Sam, it has been a long time, my friend. How are you?
It has been a long time. I'm doing well. Schaefer finally got drafted. No surprise.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah,
Nice meeting you, Sam. Good to talk to you. I enjoy your show that you do with the other Sam. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate it.
Unfortunately, other Sam was found to have links to the Chinese Communist Party, and he's currently serving a life sentence. No, that's not what happened. Don't anybody take that serious. don't. That's not what happened. I'm like, oh shit, people aren't going to understand that joke. Never mind. Oh, forget I said that.
If I, with no context, can figure it out, it's a joke, then other people should be able to as well. But
yeah, no, basically the reason that's a joke that's like we've just been circulating around and everything is just when we argue about stuff other than hockey. Like there's time, like my favorite go-to insult is telling people to go to China. So like,
yeah, well, if we draft Simon Wong, we might have to.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, I'll tell, it's like we joke about stuff like that, but Sam just had other reasons why he can't do Caniac Report anymore, unfortunately. So, and I understand that because at one point in time I was going to be on Caniac sessions sooner, but there was something employment related that didn't allow me to do it.
Gotcha. Well, in any event, we're all here tonight.
Tony D says nothing against him. I kind of hope we don't William Byron tonight and we trade our pick for maybe Anderson. Every time he shows up, something bad happens. Like, so I totally understand that. And, I know that Jeff Gordon doesn't drive the 24 anymore, but I'm never going to like that fucking car. I fucking hated Jeff Gordon when I was a kid, so I'm never going to. No. I come from an Earnhardt family. That's not. No.
I just I don't understand. I mean, you hired this guy, or whatever it is. You got him to do this, publicity stunt when there's a very good chance we don't make the pick. Like, so.
No, actually, what they'll do is Byron will go up there and be like, hey, guys, never mind. The Hurricanes ain't going to pick a player. Sorry to disappoint you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Good grief.
I could definitely see something like that happening.
So what do you guys think? Moves to? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sam. My bad.
Oh, I was just going to ask, what do you guys think of the decentralized draft so far?
It sucks. And I was actually about to pull up what Dylan was saying here. He said, I don't like this year's setup. No, this sucks. I don't like this at all.
I don't understand why they did this.
Apparently they're going back to it next year, the centralized draft, because that made hockey unique. I thought that was something that they should have done.
Yeah, I mean, like this kind of thing, is anti-fun. It's anti-trade. It's like the GMs can't talk to each other. And people running around, scrambling, doing stuff. That was part of the reason to watch this. This is sterile. This is like the bubble, like the COVID draft in 2020, which took an extra long time.
Yeah,
and so
that just wasn't even fun to watch. That I didn't even watch it. I'm just like this isn't even fun at this point. Dylan Bollinger says should have been Blaney. He is a big Caniac. Yeah, I can't endorse Blaney though. He drives a Ford.
It's so weird seeing a player talking to a screen. It just is for me.
It's just weird. I don't like this. That's just I'm hoping that this is a one-time thing. Okay, we went from having the coolest NHL draft ever in the Sphere to the most mundane, lamest one ever now, and we're one pick in, and it already looks that way.
Cheese stick.
Yep. And cheese stick. Hang on a second, bud.
Sorry, I like cheesesteaks.
Talking to me. You can hear it.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got good taste.
My son just made his debut on your channel now. That's wonderful.
Oh, that's totally cool. But I do like cheesesteaks, so smart kid.
Yeah, buddy, you had your dinner and a popsicle.
I'm still hungry. I want a cheese stick.
The cheesesteak you've had, how many have you had today? 0. I don't know if I believe you. Be right back.
You can never believe them. Tony D says, holy shit, I can't type. The PWHL draft is already better than this. That's bad. Yeah, I love last year's means when more GMs were actually here. Captain Cringe says, yeah, this is weird. Also annoying to have 4 people on this ESPN panel and only one of them has actually played in the NHL. Just horrendous overall. That was one thing that was an upside of the it being on NHL Network. It was chock full of NHL guys, like actual NHL guys.
So before they make the pick, Frondell or Misa?
Frondell.
Locking it in. Bold, I like it.
I think it's Misa next.
It's just Misa's been locked at second for so long, and then if he just magically drops out now, I might as well take a chance on it.
Hang on a second, guys. Be right back.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, babe?
All righty.
So, Brandon, who do you think the Canes might draft?
Who I want them to draft, I can tell you, is Mason West. And if it's not him, Joshua Ravensburg. And those are the 2 at the top of my list.
I don't think Ravensburg gets to us.
I don't either. He's going to go, I think, before 29.
Mm-hmm. I had a few players. They're mainly centermen just because you look at our prospect pool.
We're pretty thin there.
We are very thin.
Why does Emily Kaplan look like that girl from, what's it called, The Incredibles?
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Edna. She looks like Edna Node, but like in real life.
That's funny, but without the glasses.
Without the glasses, she's got the hair.
Yeah, she does have the hair. Here's that guy standing right behind.
No idea who that is.
Oh, his brother.
Oh, okay.
I'm back. Who do we got?
So Sam and I were just talking about who we're hoping the Hurricanes draft, and I said my top 2, Mason West and Jonathan Ravensburg. And who were you going to say, Sam? You said you were looking at all centers too. That's what me and Matthew mostly profiled.
I was thinking maybe William Horkoff. He's a 6'4" center that can play the left wing. But if you remember his last name, he's the son of Sean Horkoff.
Sean Horkoff.
That's right.
Yep. I think he might be
played against us in the 06 Cup final.
If he plays anything like his dad, I would actually be totally okay with having him on the Canes.
Very similar game. He was actually one guy that I was very, very close to putting on the preview that I wanted to do last night with you, Brandon. But I decided to drop him because, he's a good player, solid player. I don't really see a top 6 player in him as of yet. So I think he's, slightly less potential than what his dad was able to do. But he can prove me wrong. And he is a big and he is a center. So those are always good to have. I would say he's probably a second round pick for Horkoff.
Okay. What do you think of William Moore?
He's a bit more dynamic, but he's also a bit more of a project. He's got to work on his game, especially defensively. He's been slipping in the draft from most of what I've seen. Still a good player. He'll probably go in the second round as well.
Yeah, Mason West is going to be a little bit of a project too, but not because it's like he's super deficient in anything. It's just he's got a long way to get to his ceiling. But that's who I'm still hoping. He's got a lot of runway. He's got the good foundation for it too. So it's like he's the one that I've watched the most of. I haven't even seen anything of Ravensburg, but when we did our stream last night, me and Matthew, and he started telling me about the kid, and I'm like, the Canes are pretty thin at the goaltending position.
Yes.
Matthew said that he would become our top goalie prospect immediately, over Kuzayev even. So I'm like, okay, then, if West isn't available, I'd rather them get Ravensburg than trade the pick back. But Ravensburg will be gone by the time that they get to us, probably.
Probably. I'd say he'll probably go between 20 and 27 is where I expect him to go.
Oh, God, please just drop 2 spots.
Yes.
He might.
Just drop a few spots, please. Or better yet, just at least stay out of the Eastern Conference. Stay out of the Metropolitan Division, all of you.
Hang on a second, Charlie. Hang on. Sorry.
No, you're good, pal. Family comes first. There's been plenty of times where it's like I'm sitting here just talking, all of a sudden you hear my chihuahua.
Yeah.
At absolutely nothing. And my big dog's pretty quiet. If he starts barking, then I'm grabbing something with a ballistics rating on it because something's going on.
I'm also texting my wife my dinner order.
Oh yeah, I had a taco bowl when I got home because I had to eat before I came on here, or I would have been worthless.
Nice. Yes, I might be at some point during the stream. I might be stuffing my face. So another good reason why the camera isn't on.
No, I don't blame you for that. I would do that too if I didn't have this 50-pound wildebeest sitting next to me that wouldn't leave me alone while I was eating.
I have a couple more players I have a question on.
Go ahead.
Cole McKinley.
He's another guy I've had an eye on. Him and Cole Reshney are some pretty dynamic offensive players that could be available to the Canes at pick 29. Can't pick it. You can't profile everybody all at once. I think I did have their names on our first stream as players to keep an eye on that I wouldn't hate having in our system.
Actually, you know what I can do? I've still got. Let me see. So I've still got these on here. I kept them on here specifically for this. All right, let's see who. But first, we're gonna see who the Sharks pick. Let's see if it's gonna be Misa or Frondell.
They have a celebrity person.
Oh, some wrestler.
Yeah.
That's AB's thing. He loves wrestling.
What?
Did it really take them this long? I was looking at 3 minutes, and that was it said 3 minutes on the clock, like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I'm just going really, really, really slowly.
Maybe if they had everybody in the same place, it would go faster.
Maybe,
Novel concept here.
What a thought.
Yeah, they need to go back to the Sphere next season. Like, this is...
It should probably be there every year, actually.
I knew it.
That. Misa?
Misa? Oh, Yusa. Sorry, everyone.
Oh, after that thing that one guy did in our group chat where he put the whole message in there and Jar Jar Binks talk, I can't get that out of my head now.
Yep, it was Misa. Probably the right. They already have Celebrini. Frondell is a little redundant. So yeah, Misa, even though he's probably going to be a winger more than a center. Frondell's a pure center, and they've already got Celebrini as their top guy.
Yeah, because now they've got Celebrini.
Misa's going to put up more points.
So now they've got Celebrini, Smith, and Misa, and it seems like if they all three want to play center, like those are all top six players eventually. Like they're going to have to trade one of them or put one of them on the wing.
Yeah, and San Jose is cooking. They're cooking. They're going to be it'll probably be another year or two, but eventually they're going to be really, really dangerous.
And they're being patient too.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Charlie, what?
How many players do you guys think has star potential in this draft?
Not many, honestly.
There aren't any generational talents. There's no McDavid or Crosby or anyone like that. There's no generational. There's not even really a Celebrini. Everyone's really a cut below that. However, I think as I was telling Brandon on our first draft stream, there's a lot of good talent. Like a lot of players who are going to be like middle six roles for a very long time. And so it's not a bad draft. Some people are saying this is a weak draft. I wouldn't call it weak unless you consider there's not like Gavin McKenna is going to be next year and he's going to be a generational player.
Yeah.
But so there's none of that here, but there's going to be a lot of really, really solid players. And there could be some gems of someone that actually does become elite. And I think Mason West could be one of them.
Yeah. No, this seems like a draft where you're going to get a lot of depth players, a lot of utility guys, a lot of specialists, stuff like that. Like you're not going to have any 100-point players come out of this, but you'll probably have some solid second-line centers, second-line wingers, stuff like that.
Yeah, probably the top people are going to be point per game. Like I'd say Misa's probably going to be a point per game player his whole career.
Yeah, and that's still solid regardless of what organization you're in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And my other son is now joining the fun. They're jumping all over me.
We'll get to some of the comments real quick here. Let me go back up here.
Leave that on, bud. Don't pull it off.
Dustin Wilkie says, what would be the reason for this format if you ask Bettman? He's an idiot. That's what Bettman's reasoning is. And there's a lot of times where they try to do stuff to be like the other sports, and they took away one of the best assets hockey had that made it popular to begin with, which was the centralized draft, because that was one of the things that it had that was completely different than every other sport.
Yeah, and like, what is it? Like to save on travel costs or something?
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Well, then both of you get down. Get off of there. Shit. Kids.
But yeah, part of it was like the rationale behind it was to cut down on travel costs and everything that Bettman says, and then he just ultimately chalks it up to being a non-issue in a lot of cases. No, this is an issue. This is lame compared to last year at the Sphere. That was an amazing.
I loved it. Yeah,
yeah,
was fantastic. Yeah.
Dylan Bollinger says, "Yeah, I love last year's means more when the GM and everybody is actually there." Yeah, because it's like, okay, and especially if you're having it at the Sphere in Vegas, the thematics of it then is even better because everybody's on the floor dealing type. It's all the entire like brain trust of every NHL team in one spot once a year. It can't cost that damn much.
Not compared to what the NHL makes in. I mean, like, this is the NHL. I mean, if you like have to skimp on cost of travel to go to like take a plane flight, then what are you doing as a professional league?
Yeah.
Captain Cringe says, "Yeah, this is weird. Also annoying to have 4 people on the CSVM panel. Only one of them has played in the NHL. Just horrendous overall. I don't mind Buchacross being there. I'm not the biggest fan of him, but I will not deny how much he loves the game.
He has a circle on it because he's him out.
Relatively knowledgeable, but I would rather have seasoned NHL veterans there, like it was when it was on NBC and when it was on NHL Network."
No, I know.
Why?
Because I'm talking to my hockey friends. And it's gonna be better.
Captain Cringe says, "So glad y'all are on. I can mute the TV." Yeah, me too. I've had it muted this whole time. I've just like got it on the side here watching it.
Yeah, me too. Kevin Weeks is occasionally worth listening to. He actually doesn't hate the Carolina Hurricanes because he used to play for them. But everyone else is useless.
Yeah.
Can't do hockey because it will slip.
Yes, I can't do hockey because I will slip. That's right, Charlie. Thank you so much.
Sam the Huge Caniac Driscoll appearance. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Someone mentioned you saying an appearance from the sand.
One way to do it.
Yeah, they let him out of his prison in China. They paroled him.
They let him out of his prison.
And he can move around and holding that bar.
Jar's going to be a good team sooner than later, says Dylan. I agree.
Yep.
They're going to start making the playoffs again, and I think in about 2-3 seasons, and they're not going to be just a wild card team. They're going to probably go in there and make some noise, I think, and get to the second round and make pretty good runs with the core they got now and then build on that.
I definitely expect that as well. I think San Jose will actually start to take over that division even gradually over the next few seasons.
They might be some surprises in the draft. Yeah, there might be. So when will the draft speed up? Next year at the Sphere when they realize they've made a huge mistake by doing this. If there's one thing I think we should all make noise online about is talk about how bad this format is. Like this is awful.
It's painful. This is already painful.
Especially
I'm like 40% paying attention to what's going on there, and that's too much. Like that's still like too much to take.
Especially when we already know. All right, well, Chicago's pick is coming up. Let's see. I guess they're going to get Frondell.
Yeah, they've got a lot of. I mean, they could honestly after pick 2, it's really anyone's game. Like if Frondell was like, it could definitely be him. He could go like later though. He could go like 5th, between 5th and 10th for all I know.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, like Chicago really screwed the pooch last year by picking Levshinov. That was
yeah.
And then Anaheim did even worse with was it Beckett Seneca? What are you thinking? Everyone who passed up on Demidov is going to regret it.
I was hoping he'd fall just a few more spots.
Yeah, we tried. We tried to trade with Columbus to take him. All right, who it is? Pick us in.
Jeremy Roenick. Yep, that's exactly who it is.
Bettman, why do they need him to announce the announcer?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't get that one. It's like, I'm here to announce somebody who's going to announce somebody else. Doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense at all.
BG says this draft is going to be at 12 hours pace. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Jeremy, I don't need a history lesson.
Here we go.
BCSSN broadcast doesn't seem too bad right now. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It's just like, it's more so the format of the draft itself that's hurting the broadcast. But also ESPN bought hockey, or ESPN bought the rights to the NHL broadcasting to keep it from having better competition with the NBA, and no one will ever convince me otherwise of that. They did it to turn hockey into controlled opposition, because I've never seen one person in my life that says, wow, ESPN does such a better job than NBC, and NBC, wasn't trash, but it definitely had its issues.
Yeah, that was a mistake. Like, NHL should not have gone back to ESPN.
Well, if NBC wants to get it back, they got a damn good shot at it next year with the Olympics, because they'll be covering that, and maybe the NHL will realize, yeah, we kind of fucked up there.
And Amazon's like doing it too. I think John Forsland's calling games there on Amazon.
Yeah, I always watch the Amazon games because Forsland's on there.
I'm looking forward to that. I'm a huge documentary guy, so I'm looking forward to that NHL documentary face-off thing. Seth Jarvis is going to be.
Yeah, you beat me to it. Jarvis is supposed to be on it a lot this year.
Yep.
The aircraft says I need all the Sam's lore someday. That is extensive, especially when you start mixing me and AB and Griff into it. We might have to exclude Griff because he hates Star Wars, so we can't mix in like our fun for that in with that, because he'll get pissed off. Thayer says we need full chronological timeline of events. Well, buddy, I'm working on a website all summer. Give me some time. I'll get to it. Jay says this is by far the worst format of any draft in any sport I've ever seen. I agree. This is awful. The only reason I'm watching this is to, if the Canes go ahead and trade their first round pick away, I might be like, okay, let's talk about something else for a few minutes and then kill it, because this format just makes it not even fun to watch. Tony D says, with how weak the Pacific is, I can see the Sharks sneaking into the playoffs. That's a distinct possibility. I don't think it will happen this season, but
all the things will have to go right, but it could happen.
Yeah, if a couple of teams get like really injury ridden and the Sharks stay healthy, which, for them, that's a distinct possibility because they're young. I could definitely see that.
They played the Canes quite tough, I think, in both their games against us.
I agree. Yes,
year.
They did.
And probably deserved a better outcome, I think, in the first one.
Oh, yeah, Carolina, they didn't deserve to win that game. The one that was in Raleigh.
Yeah.
They straight up, Carolina did not deserve to win that game.
No, they did not.
That was just basically, we're older, bigger, and stronger than you, and they managed to eke out a win, but they did not deserve to win that game.
No, he didn't. Celebrini was also popping off in that game, too. He was showing why he's the number one overall pick.
Here's where I have a really unpopular opinion, but I'm going to stick with it. Celebrini's better than Bedard.
He is. He's definitely a more complete player.
Yeah, it's like everyone knows that I have my disagreements with Paul Bisnet, but when he said the thing about Bedard being a pond hockey player or whatever it was, he was spot on with that. He really was. Like, that's 100% true. Celebrini's significantly better player than Connor Bedard.
You can do this.
No, let's do something else.
Let's see what else we got here.
Oh, wait.
Michael Hammond says, you think they're delaying because Canes are trying to trade this first round pick? LOL. They're going to have plenty of time to make deals with the pace that this is going at.
No
So
one hand.
the only problem is they can't walk over to a table and talk to somebody. They got to call them or text them or get a hold of them electronically because of this idiotic format. The NHL should never do this shit again.
Well, if you remember, the Hurricanes, they delayed one draft a lot by using up all their timeouts, if you remember.
Oh yeah, that was. I think that was also the bubble draft.
Yeah, it
or
was.
the COVID draft.
Yeah,
I was getting a little bit annoyed because I was like, man, this is going on forever.
Jay says Canadians are starting to look legit scary. Yeah, they are. They're going to build that team around Demidov and Hudson. And Dylan Bollinger says Sam Bennett was 8x8. That still gives us a good chance that Aaron Ekblad will walk. So if they sign Marchand,
they have to sign Semistovic too. Around 30-something points.
I find some pie.
Yeah, I've heard that they were gonna. I've heard that Florida was gonna have to basically pawn off Rodriguez to somebody.
Yeah. It won't be too hard to trade Rodriguez to somebody who needs a depth player though, but Ekblad, they're not going to be able to keep him.
Take a high five out.
It doesn't seem like it. Yeah, one of Ekblad or Marchand. And I guess speaking of free agency, Sam, Brandon and I talked about this a little bit in our stream yesterday. I mean, I guess the signs are kind of pointing that we're really pursuing Ehlers, which is
yes.
Totally fine. He's my second favorite player that I want the Hurricanes to pursue. But I think Marner could really work well here, and I'm kind of aghast really that so many Canes fans are thinking that we should just pass on Marner. I mean, like he is a solid, like defensively, in addition to being a point machine. Those don't grow on trees, and those don't hit the market like hardly ever.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Marner would fit very well with Carolina. I think part of why fans are probably a little bit guarded with Marner is probably because of all the drama that happened with Rantanen, I would say. But because I think a lot of fans are concerned with the fit and all that type of stuff. But
see,
I think the fit's there with Marner.
So my problem with Marner, and I don't even want to call it a problem, my concern with Marner, because I like Marner. I can sit here and rationalize every reason why I got off the Marner train, and then if Carolina signed him, I would do a backflip. I would change that real quick.
I don't think he comes here, but
I don't either. Here's what softened me up to the idea of Marner coming to Carolina. Him wanting 3 or 4 years on a deal as opposed to 7 is something that I was kind of like, all right, then let's take another look at this. The reason why
I'll be back a little bit. Sorry.
Okay, buddy. Let me just go ahead and take him off the stage for the moment and send him a message in a second. See, my whole thing about it is with oh yeah, he's getting ready to put his kids to bed for the night. My whole thing with it was with Marner, I felt like that there was a little bit of uncertainty with longevity. What happens when he gets older? What do you do with him at that point? When he finally does start to slow down in the offense.
We have a trade? Oh. For a second, I thought we did.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if you see that, let me know, because I've just got it on the side screen here. But the thing is, with Marner, that's a bit of a question mark for me. Now, with Nikolai Ehlers, and I'm not saying that we should choose to get Nikolai Ehlers instead of Mitch Marner if that were the case. Ehlers is a little bit safer a bet. When it comes to Nikolai Ehlers, 3-4 seasons into his deal, if he takes a full 7, is like, that you can put him in the bottom 6 later in his career and he'll still be an effective player. I don't know if that applies to Marner so much, but if Marner's only going to take a 3 or 4 year deal, pay him $14 million, $15 million at that point. I don't give a damn. I was just worried about what happens on the back end of Marner's contract. I don't worry about that so much with Ehlers.
Yeah, I mean, I think whatever contract the Canes throw at Marner, I'm fine with, because it seems like the contracts that they do throw out, I mean, you can tell they're smart with their contracts. Well, I might criticize them, be like, well, they're a little bit too smart, or probably just a little bit too nitpicky with their contracts. If we sign Marner, it'd be a good deal for the Hurricanes. It just would. Just because of how smart Tulsky is.
Yeah. Let me get to some more of the comments here while this guy's talking about Utah or whatever.
Wow.
What? Who'd they pick? Mine's a little behind.
Caleb Denories. I believe.
Really? Did anyone have him going that high?
I wasn't predicting him to go that high, but at the same time, I mean, this draft is wide open after pick number 2. So
Yeah. Michael Hammond says I have the
wow.
same hat Target special. Yeah, I do. I do love this hat. This is one of my favorite ones. I wish 47 would make a black version of this. I'd buy it too. But yeah, I love the truckers. B says when Gary was introduced at the beginning of the draft and came on stage at the beginning was booed. Yeah, he gets booed everywhere. Michael Hammond says my problem is he's probably going to get 14. I think he's worth 12.5. When it comes to Marner, yeah. Now if he comes in under 14 for the Canes, I'm taking that deal all day, especially if it's shorter than 7-year term. If we're talking 3 or 4, at that point, I'm a lot more open to Marner.
I take him with 14 just because, like you also have to remember cap's going up.
Yeah,
and agents they don't argue. I mean, yeah, the end goal is money, but they argue for a percentage of the cap. When
right.
that cap goes up, that money's going to go up because of the percentage.
Correct. Jay also says Marner just seems like a pretty boy drama queen. Would rather have Stank Blake at 8x7 each than Marner 8x14. See, I hear stuff like that about Marner all the time. I haven't seen anything that makes me legitimately believe that about him. Now, don't get me wrong. When the Hurricanes were playing against the Maple Leafs, I was chirping him the entire time and referring to him as bitch Marner, but that had nothing to do with who he was. Oh, cool. That had nothing to do with who he was. It was just more so I was chirping a guy on the other team, and the guy can flat out play, though. That's the whole thing. So I'm not opposed to signing him if it's shorter term and the money becomes irrelevant to me at that point. I would just worry if Carolina tacked on any form of a 7-year deal to get him. That's a big risk for someone like him. You know, he's a bit of a mystery box on the other end. Ehlers, I don't think is, but Carolina's got enough cap to get both of them. Catherine Cringe says, I'd love to help drive up Marner's price for either Vegas or Dallas and help them out with a cap dump of either Hurdle or Robinson. Probably not happening, though. Yeah, and I'm starting to like, if the Canes make a trade here of some sort, if we don't see it by, say, pick 20, then I'm going to start worrying a little bit.
Well, I've always thought for the Hurricanes that round tonight and probably tomorrow is not going to be the time where they're going to be making deals or trades or signings. I've always thought it's going to be free agency.
Mm-hmm.
Just always have been.
I mean, they got a chance to make some noise. They have the assets to do it. I would like for them to fulfill at least one need of some sort before free agency.
I do too, because it gives us fans certainty.
Well, yeah, it's certainty, and it's one less thing they have to worry about, because right now it's like they got a bunch of stuff on their table with the draft. If they manage to get one thing out of the way now, then, you know, less you have to worry about on July 1st. And for example, you don't know what type of asset you're going to get right now, right? Let's say the Canes acquire a second line center right now, like during the draft somehow. They make a trade and get it done. Then you know exactly what you're going to free agency needing. Or if you get a defenseman right now, you go to free agency knowing exactly what you need.
So here's my question. Would you rather trade our first-round pick for this draft than any of our first-round picks or Dallas's first-round picks?
Probably ours.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah, like I had to think about that a little bit, but yeah, probably ours. Oh, wait, let me go back here. Dylan says, according to our panel, everyone so far is a 200-foot player. Yeah, I can't hear the panel. I've got the closed captioning up, but I'm flipping in between all this stuff here. Jay says 15 minutes per pick. This is insane. Yeah, it's going to be 10 o'clock before the Hurricanes pick. This is a horrible format. Tony D says Marner would be nice, but I don't know if Tulsky throws that much money at him. I think Tulsky rather get Ehlers and make a trade for someone. Either one of those things work. Either way, the team improves. Carolina has 3 top 6 forwards right now. So to anyone saying that Nikolai Ehlers doesn't really move the needle, any top 6 forward right now moves the needle, especially when you know he'll play well with the way Brendan Moore wants them to play. Any top 6 forward moves the needle. Canes are very thin at that position, or at that part of the depth chart in general.
Hey, Noah, I do want to say one thing about this comment. From what I think we have been hearing, though, is I think Tulsky is, like, he's ready to throw a lot of money.
Yeah, he's got the bag out.
Yeah.
Okay, so Nashville's on the clock. We got 2:34 here. We'll get through some other comments here. Michael Hammond says, I'm accounting for the cap rise in reference to Marner. I mean, if he came here for $12.5 million, that would be great, but it's going to have to be a lot more than that. Like, the market's kind of set for him, and he knows it.
Yeah.
He says, after watching your draft videos, I kind of like Zonin and Ravensburgen. Yeah, I Ravensburgen is, if he's available at 29, either him or Mason West, and I call this draft a success. Jay says, trade up, draft Higgins, trade to Islanders for Horvat or Barzell. Trade up to draft Higgins. That, you know what? I'm not opposed to that if it could get done. I just don't see what move they would make that the other side would accept to get that done. Because
Hey,
Higgins
Brandon.
was... What's up?
Quick question. What do you think of the new logo for Utah? I love it, personally.
I think it's cool.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, it fits with the colors.
It does. I love it.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah, I simple logos like that, I think are really cool. Like, you've seen like the Tomcats sweater that I designed for my beer league team back in Virginia. Simple. Nothing crazy going on. It's just a fucking F-14. That's all it is. And it just and it's on a simple template with simple stripes. I love stuff like that. That's really cool. I mean, the fact that it's also like kind of like UNC colors type of thing going on there, I like that too.
Yep.
Michael Hammond says, how do you guys feel about trading Svetch? If a second line center is not coming back the other way, don't do it.
Exactly.
Now, if you're talking Svetch for Alex Tuck with an extension in place, maybe something like that. But I'm not trading Svechnikov unless a second line center is coming back.
Or a top six player.
A top six player that, you know, we would know that would fit the team.
Yeah.
Michael Hammond says Ehlers better than Svetch. Ehlers is definitely a more complete player than Svechnikov, absolutely. So in a lot of ways, he is better than him. Maverick says, I think you throw 14 and a half at Marner because it's rare to have superstars get to free agency nowadays. That is true.
I agree.
Tony D says, so 84 game seasons are a thing too. Yeah, I'm not happy about that. If anything, it should have been shorter.
Really? I'm all for it, actually.
Yeah, I mean, at least they'll reduce the preseason.
Because it gives a balanced schedule now.
Yeah, it does, because like the whole 3-game series with teams in your same division is stupid. I'd rather them have just shortened the season to like 72, 74 games, something like that, and made it work. All right, Nashville's pick is in.
Shea Weber.
But yeah, enjoy that Storm Brew, pal, because I've had like, I think 4 drinks total since I left Virginia, not counting the game I was at with you guys. That one I was with AB. I didn't have a choice but to be intoxicated. He made me do it.
He made you.
Yeah, he didn't force me to do it. It's just his
Brady
presence.
Martin.
That's what the EMT would do. And he couldn't put an earwick in, supposedly, because he was like, there's nowhere to put it.
Wow.
He just took a culture of my
So James Higgins is falling. It's probably because he's small.
I didn't
Yeah.
even say it. He was like, no, you're not going to do it.
Last year, there was a lot of drafting based on size.
So hopefully,
Size
I
is
just-
huge.
just-
You need size in the NHL to win.
eardrops because he was
Something
like
the
the ones you
Hurricanes,
gotta find-
I would argue, haven't fully figured it out yet.
Yeah. No, I'll look at the pups. It's like my dream life, just having a basement where I shoot pucks all day and I'm surrounded by puppies. So Brady Martin goes to the Nashville Predators.
I handle pain pretty well. But
Let's see
I
what else
wonder
we got
who's
here.
next. I wonder if like Porter Mortone's next. Or yeah.
Caver says, I really hope we trade for a 2C, hopefully. If one thing could be scratched off the board tonight, that would be my preference. Either that or drafting Mason West or Joshua Ravensburgen. And then if one of those 3 things happens, I will call tonight a success.
I'm looking up Mason West right now because I didn't have him in my preview episode. Wow, 6'6". He's a big guy.
Actually, I'll show you something real quick. Here we go. Check this out.
I do. I need a little bit.
Maybe you could have, honestly, like, I don't know if you want to spot something you don't have to chew. One of these.
Yeah, I'd love to draft this guy. He's big.
Ew.
Yeah. We were talking about NHL comparables. Me and Matthew were. Look at that name. Kid could be another Tage Thompson.
Maybe I could go to get one of those big smoothies at.
Yeah, I'd love to draft that guy.
Yeah,
And he can play center, right?
Yeah, that's his position. It will take him some time, but you know, if Carolina, let's say they acquired someone like Hurdle by the time that this kid was getting close to being ready, Hurdle would be, at the other end of his career. He would have more of it behind him than ahead of him.
Yeah.
Tony D says, why is a Blackhawks player announcing the Preds pick? Cabry the Kane says, net guards permanent for all players past 2026, unless you were drafted before 2026. How do you feel about that? Let me word this very, very carefully because I don't want anybody to misconstrue what I'm going to say about it. I don't think it should be mandatory. I think that something like that is something the players need to just adapt on their own, because even if they'd never mandated the visors, I doubt you would see anybody that was drafted after they were implemented not wearing one. So I personally, because I tried one of those on, those things are fucking uncomfortable. I don't think that they should be mandatory. I think that their use should be encouraged, and they definitely should have them around in the locker room for guys who do want to use them. I don't think that they should be mandatory, though. I never have. Sam, what do you think?
I lean the other way. I get your position. I really do. But I lean the other way just because I understand, the NHL wanting to make the league a bit safer.
Yeah.
And all that type of stuff.
See, it's just my whole thing about it is it's like I feel like, let me make my position abundantly clear on this. I think that they're making things a little bit too safe.
Charles Barkley.
Okay, that makes sense. I think they're making things a little bit too safe. And if you take the mutually assured destruction element out of hockey, it's going to get more and more dangerous because, they don't wear hard shell shoulder pads anymore. Everybody has to wear visors. It's like there's no wood sticks anymore. So somebody whacks you on the hand, it doesn't hurt nearly as bad as it used to. I think that if you make it too safe, you take that element of mutually assured destruction out, people have no restraint when they make contact or when they do anything. So that's one of my big arguments against ever putting cages and fish bowls in and making them mandatory. It's kind of the same thing in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, I understand both sides. I really do. I'd be more concerned if the NHL tried to construct more on the play on the ice than the equipment side of things.
Yeah, no, and they definitely...
That to me is a bridge too far.
Yeah, that is. And it's like, I think the best thing they could do for the neck protectors... Yeah, you're a little bit ahead of me. Who'd they pick?
Porter, Martone.
Okay. Well, I mean, you called that one.
I was surprised I got that correct. You know what they should be? A perfect song they should be playing. You probably don't know the song. It's a very old song. Hey, Porter.
No, I
Johnny Cash.
Yeah, I didn't know that one. I know some Johnny Cash, but I didn't know Hey Porter. But yeah, I just think that I think the best thing they could do for the neck protectors is find a way to build them into the shoulder pads. And maybe they won't be so annoying to wear. Because like I said, I tried one on just for the hell of it, and I hated it. I was like, I'll take my chances. And the leagues that I play in is full of angry 30-year-olds who might actually kick you in the throat on purpose.
Yeah.
And I'm not even joking about that. Like, I've played with some people who get that psychotic in beer league to where I think they would actually try to slash somebody's throat with a skate over something stupid. That's part of the reason I stopped playing where I used to play at when I lived up in Virginia. And I've been asked multiple times to play here, and I'm not ready yet. I'm like still mentally fucking traumatized from the shit that went on up there. Not literally traumatized, but I got a bad taste in my mouth about it. Maverick says 6'6". That's crazy. Yeah. Michael Hammonds. Well, let's see who they draft here. Why the fuck is Charles Barkley here? What the fuck?
Hey, Brandon.
Yeah.
I can't believe this.
What?
But apparently, from a couple of verified sources, Crosby could be traded.
That doesn't surprise me. Like, he's not going to win again in Pittsburgh.
No, he's not. But I mean, I just would think, well, you know, honestly, after the whole Stamkos thing, probably is. There's no guarantee for anybody to stay on a team now. So.
If Wayne Gretzky could get traded, anybody could get traded.
True. Yeah. It's just I'm so used to these players being like icons for these certain teams. It's just hard to see players being on different teams, you know?
Yeah, and, you know, if he wants to keep playing, he certainly can after his deal's up.
Imagine if we somehow got Sidney Crosby.
I would have mixed emotions about that. I would be happy that we got another center.
Yes.
But I also really, really hate him.
Oh, man.
I will never. I don't hate him as much as I used to. If you ask me who my most hated hockey player was throughout the entirety of the 2010s, it was him for most of it. I've softened up that position now, but I just remember how much I hated him when he was diving all the time and whining all the time and, you know, all this other stuff. But he doesn't really do that type of shit anymore. So I've kind of softened up on that stance, but I'll never like Sidney Crosby. I respect how good he is, but he's never been a player I liked. I've never been like, you know, a huge Alex Ovechkin nerd either. Like, I respect him, but I also like, people say he's the greatest player of all time. I'm like, he's never killed a penalty, he's never won a face-off, he's never back-checked. I'm not listing him as the greatest player of all time when he's got a laundry list of shit he hasn't done. Yeah, he's the greatest goal scorer ever. I will give him that. But
yes,
that's it.
I'll give him that too.
If you take his goals out of the equation, he's barely an NHL player. Just to be perfectly honest.
Agree.
Like, it's like, okay, let's just say you send him out there with the wrong-handed stick. I mean, he'd probably still score. But if you send him out there with the wrong-handed stick, is he still a useful player? Like, you know, I tell people, I'm like, if Sebastian Aho forgot how to score all of a sudden, which sometimes he does, if you took the offense out of his game, he's still a significantly useful player because of the 200-foot game, the defensive stuff, and everything like that. If you told Alex Ovechkin you're not allowed to shoot a puck at the net anymore, he becomes relatively unuseful.
Yeah, I agree with you on Ovechkin there. I don't really hate Crosby. I would say probably the player I hated the most on Pittsburgh in the 2010s. What was his name? Pascal Dupuis, I think.
Pascal Dupuis, yeah.
I hated him.
I couldn't stand Letang either. Crosby, Malkin, and Letang are three guys that I just hated so much back then. Not so
Malkin
much now,
I hated
but
because he was a hurricane killer.
Oh, yeah. No, he most certainly was. You know, it's like, okay, so, like, a lot of Canes fans didn't like Kuznetsov before he came to play for the Canes. I always liked Kuznetsov. Let's see if there's anything else going on here. Okay, so the Bruins are on the clock.
Interesting.
It is weird having this draft panel with only one NHL player on it.
It is. And it's just, to me, what the weirdest thing, and I think if they took it away, it'd be a lot better. But my gosh, getting a player to go into a room full of freaking TVs talking, getting interviewed by a team, I'm sorry, I'd be just a little bit freaked out.
It's kind of like in the Matrix where he's standing there talking to and all the TVs are like doing shit around him. That's what it reminds me of.
Yes. I just find it really weird.
Alrighty, let's see what else we got here. Curious to see what the Bruins pick. I wonder what they feel like they need the most.
Whenever I see the Bruins at the draft, I just think of that 2015 draft.
Yeah.
Where they had like 3 picks back to back.
Yeah.
And only hit home run with one of them.
Yep.
And James Higgins is falling.
If he falls to 29, I mean, that's not happening. But
no.
If he does, though, like, I know he won't. But if I had to guess who I think the Canes are going to end up drafting, it's going to be Colin Potter.
Yeah, look him up.
Okay.
It would be a very on-brand pick because he's a little undersized, but he's a very complete player and he skates really well, i.e. Jarvis.
Oh,
What?
Adam Sandler?
Oh, yeah, he's got to promote the new Happy Gilmore. And that
Yep.
he's an actual legitimate Bruins fan, but
James Higgins.
that makes sense for them, though.
I don't like him going to Boston, though.
I don't either.
I don't like Boston.
I don't like anybody going to Boston.
Nah. Boston and the Rangers are my 2 most hated teams.
Shit, like, that's a long... You know, it's people are like, list all the sports teams that you don't like, and that's just not just hockey, that's everything else. Fuck, damn near all of them.
Well, to me, there's a difference between not liking a team to hating a team.
See, like with me, it's just hatred, or they're okay, or they're the Hurricanes, and sometimes I hate the Hurricanes more than I hate the teams I don't like.
Yeah. You know, one of my favorite teams, though, besides the Hurricanes in the NHL, is the Blues. I've always liked the Blues.
Don't tell Missouri Mike that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Missouri Mike
boy.
hates the Blues. But he lives there, which is funny, but he ended up being but as you know, he's a Canes fan. But like he's a big Mizzou fan and a St. Louis Cardinals fan, but the hockey wise he took up the Canes.
That's funny.
Well, he's the one always making the Go ahead.
I have a bit of a connection with the Blues too. My dad, whenever he went down there, he had like his own driver named Sam, funny enough.
How many Sams are there? Jeez.
I know. But apparently that Sam guy used to drive Tarasenko and a few other St. Louis players around.
That's
and he
cool.
got me a signed Keith Tkachuk puck and Bill Guerin signed
That's
pucks.
pretty awesome.
So, yeah.
Yeah, see, like out of all the memorabilia I have nothing that's signed by an NHL player. I had a chance when I was a kid to get something signed by Jesse Boulris and Eric Stahl, my one blank white sweater. And I was a kid, mind you. Those dudes were so much bigger than me and so terrifying, I was afraid to go ask them for an autograph. And I've never heard of Eric Stahl turning down autographs, but I didn't know that at the time. Eric Stahl me being in 6th grade or whatever it was, and I was a small kid, being next to him was fucking terrifying.
I was terrified of him too, honestly. But as I got older, I'm like, he seems like a cool guy to like have a drink with, you know?
No, yeah, everyone I know that's met him said he's cool, but at the time I was in 6th grade. It was a field trip. We went on up to Raleigh there. We watched him practice. You know, one of the things I remember about that was, you may not remember this name, Marty Murphy.
Was he part of like the very early Hurricanes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was there.
Oh,
And
wow.
the biggest reason I remember that is because they were practicing and somebody went and like threw a little bit of a hit on. You know, somebody just went over there and like just kind of hit him a little bit, and he's up against the glass looking like. But yeah, Eric Stahl and Jesse Boleries were both terrifying people. Now, Jesse Boleries is not someone I would want to piss off because we know what he did to Ryan Kessler. So that motherfucker was insane. Like, he's good to have on your team, but you don't want to play against him. He's fucking lunatic, though, on the ice. I don't know how he is off the ice, but on the ice, he was fucking madman.
Yo, he was.
See, this with the TVs and shit, this is just stupid. Centralize this shit. Get it back to the way it was.
And another thing too, like, look at the audience. There's so many empty seats.
Yeah. Whereas if everybody's in one place,
you want to advertise something like this? Ugh.
You know, it's like, let's just have. Okay, so if they just do it at the Sphere every year, that they can block off the dates immediately after the draft to know when they're going to do it next year, because they already know that in advance. And then you don't have to schedule it in each of the 32 NHL arenas over the course of a season. One less thing you really have to worry about logistically. You just say, rest of the world, we are taking the Sphere from this date to this date next year. Fuck off. Go find your own Sphere.
Yeah. I've always liked the idea of, like, because they're so close together, have like a week-long event.
Yeah.
Where you can have the draft and free agency at the same place.
Like, that would be chaotic. I like it.
Oh, I love that.
Ooh, I like that idea.
Oh, man.
Just have it all at once, and then everybody's like meeting with. It's like a job fair basically, but like with way higher stakes.
I actually
like that idea. And then it's like you have to go to it's like some coveted free agent is sitting there. Why should I sign with your team? Why should I sign with your team? It's like an episode of fucking Shark Tank.
Yes.
I like that idea.
I'd love to do that.
Here, we'll get to some more comments here real quick.
And you can't schedule.
Michael Hammond says, I really hope they don't pick another undersized player. Yeah, me too. Colin Potter it is. I know the Canes are going to pick Colin Potter. I don't want them to, but I feel like it's going to happen. Cabry says, that's pretty cool. LOL. I just hope the Canes pick a forward that's above 6 foot and 190. No, you will get Colin Potter and you will like it. I hope that's not what happens, but I have a feeling that's what's going to happen. Dylan Bollinger says, my team on the other side is the Avalanche. Yeah, I like the Avs. Brian Hauser says, this is embarrassing. I'm guessing referencing the draft format and all the cringiness that's going on. I'm glad I have it muted. We are just 7 picks. Oh my God. Yeah. We are viewing pure levels of cringe. I trust your expertise on that, Captain Cringe. Tony D says we should get that 411 D man. That would be an on-brand thing for the Canes too. God, we're only
going to have Jeremy Bruckheimer be the celebrity guest.
See, I'm not big on the whole celebrity guest thing. I'd rather them just say, I just don't really like it. I mean, I can care less about it. I know they do it at the All-Star game, but like, I'm hoping the All-Star game is like dead now that Four Nations happen, when they realize that they can do something different and it's better. The only All-Star game I like to watch is the MLB one. The rest of them suck.
Yeah.
Pro Bowl's flag football now. What's the point of watching that? Like,
what? Jake O'Brien. Jake O'Brien.
Yep.
I'm surprised Seattle didn't pick a defenseman, because you know why? Ron Francis is there.
Maybe he learned from some of his errors, like Hayden Fleury and Noah Hannafin.
I'm going to give him some grace on Hannafin, but not Hayden Fleury.
Do what?
I'm willing to give him some grace on Noah Hannafin, because he was, if you remember, he was projected to be like a what was it, Scott Niedermeyer type of defenseman.
Yeah, see, I never saw
got
that with him. Like, I remember when they drafted him, I went and watched some videos of him, when he was playing at BC, and I was just kind of like, okay, this kid's pretty good, but I don't think he's good as everyone's saying he is. But yeah, Hayden Fleury, the only reason he has a job is because the NHL has expanded twice since 2018. That's the only reason he's still there.
Yeah. Well, I still think he's somewhat better than Jake Bean. Oh, Jake Bean was sweet.
If someone put a gun to my head and said, you have to have Hayden Fleury or Jake Bean on the team, I'm taking Hayden Fleury 10 times out of 10.
Yes.
When Jake Bean got traded, I almost threw my phone in the air. I was so happy when I went like this, because that's one of the reasons I've got my doubts about Morrow. Now, I think Morrow is still a significantly better player than Bean with a higher ceiling, but I'm still kind of like, the Canes tend to not keep players like this around.
No. And I mean, another thing with Morrow too is look at the DNA of our defense currently. You already have the offense kind of there with Nikitin and Goes.
Yeah, do you really need him?
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, there you are. I intermittently muted your mic just to make sure that you were or I intermittently unmuted your mic just to make sure that you were there or not. I just wanted to make sure that there was stuff going on in the background that I don't think that you wanted being heard.
Yeah, gotcha. No. Y'all are fine. Just got my kids down.
Okay.
I've got me a lovely Subway sandwich that I will be stuffing down my throat shortly. And
alrighty.
And I was looking at the picks, and I tell you, James Higgins goes to Boston because of course he does.
We were talking about how far he dropped down, and it makes sense though, why they would draft him.
I mean, he's better than Martone and Martin. Honestly, Brady Martin at 5th is absurd.
Yeah. Oh, we were just talking about how we were talking about how this reminds us of the Matrix, where they have to go in front of the TV and talk to their new overlords.
Mm-hmm.
This format sucks.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'd rather them thinking so.
I'd rather them do NHL 25 style, where they just hand every GM a controller and they have to make their pick with the buttons,
with the D-pad.
Yeah, just do it that way. If we're gonna do that, just lean into it. All right, Buffalo's on the clock. Hey, you know what would help you a whole lot is if you traded Tage Thompson to the Hurricanes. We'll give you future considerations. We'll get Dylan Coughlin back and then trade him to you because we know how good he is. I'm sure we can come up with a couple other ones.
I actually heard someone, it wasn't really a credible source. Mm-hmm. I heard someone say apparently Buffalo might be trading Tage Thompson.
That account's not credible at all. That's why I took the thing and I wrote manifest on it to maybe hopefully make it real. But no, that's a parody account.
Yeah, that's like Frank, which is hilarious, by the way. You should follow that.
Frank.
Oh, Frank got me the other day though.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he got me good. I now I hesitate to repost anything because I came really close to reposting a Frank the other day. I came very close to getting Franked.
Mm-hmm. All right, who we got? They're still talking to Schaefer. Golly. Okay,
dude, yeah, this draft is going to go
an hour and 20 minutes ago, and we're on pick 9.
I know.
You know what's going to suck? When we get to 28, and we're like, okay, the Hurricanes are about to... Oh, shit, they traded it. That's what I'm waiting on to happen.
Mad.
I'm going to be livid when it happens.
Mad.
But
unless we get a top 6 player.
Yeah, if we get a top 6 forward out of it, or a good right-handed defenseman, particularly to go with Slavin.
Getting back is likely.
Well, it's incredibly likely. If they're going to do it, I wish they'd go ahead and get it over with, though.
Yeah, just do it now.
Yeah, get it over with. Dylan Bollinger says PWHL format was better and flowed so well. How come they can't do it better in the NHL? The NHL had it right last season with the Sphere. That draft was perfect, and then they've gone to the worst possible thing from that.
The answer, Dylan, is that because we can't have nice things.
That sounds about right. Mm-hmm. Tony D says the MLB All-Star Game is getting better with them allowing to wear the players wear their own team's jerseys. Actually, it used to be that way back in the day when I was growing up. You just wore the jersey of your team in the All-Star game. And, basically everybody would wear their away jerseys on one team and everybody would wear their home ones on the other, depending on if it was the NL or the AL hosting it.
That's how the Pro Bowl works, right?
Yeah, and well, the Pro Bowl is also flag football now, so I'm never going to watch that again. Not that I really did before. What's the point of watching football if you don't see people fucking crush each other? That's half the fun of it. I'm not a very knowledgeable guy when it comes to football, but I loved watching Luke Kuechly light motherfuckers up. That made my day. I watched it just for that.
Poor Luke Kuechly, golly. What an insane career cut short.
Yeah, man. But you know what? I'm glad he did that, though, because it served as a good example. Like, he knew when to quit. He didn't push it.
Yeah.
That's good on him. Yeah, he could have. Dylan Bollinger says, I think Morrow was fine and had great moments. The playoffs just kicked his ass. Yeah, I'm not saying that I think Morrow's a bad player. There was one particular moment I remember against Florida. Oh, well, okay, first off, part of that's on Rod because Morrow shouldn't have been in over Nikishin to begin with. Secondly, There was one point, and everyone in the world knew that Matthew Tkachuk was playing through an injury. Morrow had the perfect chance to lay him the fuck out, and he shied away from it. He had him totally lined up with his head down, and he could have absolutely blasted him. And he got within 2 steps of him, and he said, nope, fuck that, I'm out, and went the other way.
Yeah, he was not ready for that moment. I mean...
No, because I was like, dude, you could have ended Matthew Tkachuk's series, not on purpose, but he was playing injured, and if Matthew Tkachuk knows that someone on the other team is playing injured, he's going to go out of his way to hit them, so you might as well do it to him.
Not only that, the moment in general was too big for Morrow. He was just not prepared to come into the ECF against the Florida Panthers. That was...
No. And
Nikishin wasn't either, but at least he got better, I thought.
Well, Nikishin has played high pressurized playoff games. Morrow hasn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The highest pressure game Morrow played was NCAA championship, I believe. Or like the NCAA, like the Final Four, whatever, Frozen Four, I think. It was a Frozen Four game.
Yeah, and that's it. It's like...
I'm sorry,
Nikishin didn't, here's the thing. Nikishin performed about as well as you expect someone to do in that situation. Morrow was not. Nikishin didn't look totally out of place out there. Morrow did.
Yeah.
And that was the difference for me. And I thought that Nikishin in the first game, in Game 5 against Washington, okay, he turned the puck over really bad a couple of times against Washington in the first period and one time in the second period that led to the disallowed goal. After that shit didn't happen again. He figured it out real quick, and his gaps got better as that game went along.
The what's what?
That's a really popular video on the channel now.
Gosh, this guy's big.
It's a hell of a shot.
Oh yeah, he is enormous. He's one of the. Yeah, I'd say he's probably after Schaefer. Burtka is definitely the best defenseman in the draft.
Tony D says,
I think that's a good pick for Buffalo.
I'm still listening to you guys.
They've just been picking defensemen and they're not bad. They pick 2 defensemen number 1 overall, and they still can't get it together.
Yeah.
That's true.
Murka.
So I will tell you all about this, though. There was a guy I used to play beer league with. I kicked him off one of my beer league teams because he was just not a good teammate. He was a Sabres fan, and he had some of the craziest fucking takes I've ever heard in my life. And I know that some of mine are a little out there, but here's some of his. Devontae Smith-Pelly is the new Justin Williams. Dead serious. He said that. He said, yes, Perry Kokoniemi was going to be better than Sebastian Aho. Sebastian Aho is way overpaid. And that's on his old contract, the one where he was making like 8.4 or whatever it was. And that the Hurricanes didn't suck long enough to get good picks to rebuild their team. This is a Sabres fan saying these things, mind you.
I hate
Kaniak, Kevin Adams. Huh?
I hate KK.
We know you hate KK, Sam. Don't worry. He's going to be gone soon. And then when he goes to St. Louis, when we trade him for Pavel Buchnevich and puts up 60 points, I'm going to be like, oh, look, I guess he wasn't the fucking problem. Because that's going to be the first thing I say.
Well, then I'll say, hey, well, I guess that's Brendamore's problem.
Yeah, it's like, it's just
was the problem
in
in Game 5 against Florida. Let's put it that way.
Oh God, yeah, that I couldn't defend him for that. I was like,
God.
he needs a fresh. Nobody.
I yelled at my apartment when he did that. Oh my gosh.
I am like the most avid Jesperi Kotkaniemi defender on earth, and I was like, there is absolutely nothing I can say about this that wouldn't be bullshit trying to defend him. I was like, I can't do it here.
Oh,
And
he
I'm like,
bear hugged that dude in the offensive zone.
That was by far the dumbest penalty I've ever seen him take.
It's one of the dumbest penalties I've ever seen anyone take.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like that should be you lose your job.
Caper says, yeah, this draft format ain't it.
It's not.
Tony D says, I turned on the Astros game, but I'm still listening to you guys. Yeah, because I'm definitely not watching baseball tonight, even with this boring-ass draft being on, because the Braves are going to get killed because they're playing the Phillies. Dylan Bollinger says...
Speaking of baseball, Canning tore his Achilles.
Who?
Griffin Canning.
No shit, really? Yesterday?
Yep. Yesterday.
That's why he left the game?
That's why he left the game.
Shit, man, I'm sorry. So now you're out of Kodai Senga and
Canning.
Fuck.
Like, what did I tell you? That's
y'all are cursed.
Expect the other shoe to drop as a Mets fan. You just
the Mets are legitimately cursed.
They are cursed. They are the Leafs of the MLB, or the Leafs are the Mets of the NHL.
Tony D says, wasn't that the same guy who spread the hurdle rumor a few days ago? No, that was someone different than who we're referring to. Dylan says Franck gets me a lot because I assume, and then I look again. Oh, yeah, the Franck guy is, and he doesn't post very often. There's also another one that's called Frege, Hinc, instead of Hnic.
Yeah.
And that one gets me a lot too.
Yeah, it does. That and Frank's ceremony.
Yeah, that and Franck are the two that get me the most because they know how to time it. Whoever runs those accounts, they know how to time it.
All right.
Dylan says, does Buffalo need another big dude? Well, if they've got too many big dudes, they can send us one that wears 72.
Yep, that'd be cool. Okay, so Jake O'Brien, actually, I like that pick for Seattle. He's a really good player. If someone else I mentioned or didn't mention yesterday who could fall, and if he does, then the Canes have to seriously consider him, is Carter Bear, who has no relationship with Ethan Bear as far as I know. But Carter Bear is actually, he should go probably top 15. But if he doesn't, and for whatever reason he slips, and he's available to us, then I think all bets are off, and they should take someone like that because Carter Bear is insane.
My dog came over here demanding some pets. I'll be back in a moment. Hey, buddy. But yeah, let's see. Kevin Weeks said the Avalanche were up to something, according to Dylan Bollinger.
They got Gavin Brindley for a couple of scraps, for a couple of like Coyle and what is it, Miles Wood?
Yeah.
I thought
literally depth players. Huh?
I thought Columbus overpaid.
Yeah, they did.
Players.
Oh boy, did they ever! Like Brindley is going to be an amazing player. I'm happy they did that because now we don't have to deal with him, and we have to deal with Coyle and Wood, who do not scare me at all. Like frankly,
when I was watching World Junior Championship when Gavin Brindley was playing in it, I'm like, this kid is good. Like he really stood out to me on the penalty kill more than anything. I was like, his positioning's good. He's got the edge work to go with it. He gaps up on people really quick. And then when he gets the puck away from them, he's really good at managing it, whether he needs to create time and space or just pass it. Like I noticed a lot of stuff about Gavin Brindley just from him killing penalties alone. Like he's got a little bit of that Aho type of element to his game when he kills penalties.
Yeah, Brindley's incredible.
Yep.
Like it was a great pick when they took him. And the fact that Waddell's just handed him out for Coyle and Miles Wood.
You know what? We should have traded them KK and who else to get Gavin Brindley. I would have done that.
Yeah. And like I think what this goes to show is that Eric Tulsky was always the brains in this operation the entire time.
Yeah.
Yes, he was
the figurehead. He was he had the connection, so he could like make the introductions and things like that. But the brains was always Tulsky.
So Tulsky was like the shadow governor, and Waddell was the mafia boss.
It was Biden. Oh wait, what?
We'll go with that.
What?
Sorry,
it's
that was
the
funny.
celebrities from Mighty Ducks.
I don't even know who the fuck these are.
They played
they
in
were
the
in-
Mighty Ducks movies.
Oh yeah, see, I can't stand those movies. I know I'm weird for that, but I just don't like them.
The first one I liked. The other ones I hated. So
Yeah, I just
I
couldn't
did like
get
the
into
first
those.
one, and I watched the I watched the show that was on Netflix a couple years ago.
oh yeah, I remember that.
It was something, I guess. All right, who's Anaheim taking? Are they gonna do an incredibly stupid reach like they did last year with Seneca?
Roger McQueen.
Roger McQueen.
Damn it.
Why, you were
Well-
hoping he was going to fall?
Well, I mean, hoping against hope. Like he is the other Mason West in this draft.
Yeah, he's a big kid.
Like,
and he's
he
a
is an
center too.
enormous kid, and he's a right-handed center. And like I think I did mention in our first stream, one area that he's ahead of Mason West in is he knows how to play physical.
Mm-hmm.
And Mason West has a little bit better vision because he uses that quarterback kind of crossover skills. But McQueen already knows how to be really physical, and so he's a little bit ahead of West in terms of development. But West has a little bit more runway too because he's younger. Roger McQueen's actually one of the oldest that's not an overager in the draft. So, but yeah, he's great. He'll be really good. That's actually Anaheim made a real good pick there. I'm impressed. Because last year they made a stupid mistake. This year they kind of made up for it.
Yeah, I think Dylan was referring to apparently the Avalanche are up to something else trade-wise.
Oh.
But yeah, they definitely got a good deal on their end today to get Gavin Brindley. I wish that Carolina could have made a deal like that because I really like Gavin Brindley.
Well, Colorado, they're going to trade Nate, aren't they?
Oh God, that would be funny because I'm 40-60 on the idea of Nate just coming back to Carolina. And theoretically speaking, it wouldn't happen. But
No.
if he were to come back, it's kind of like, okay, I know that I'm not a center. Brandon also knows that Nate just isn't a center, so I'm not going to bang that drum again, no matter how hard I tried. Because I know I advocated for that quite a bit. And then he went to Colorado, and that experiment lasted a period, not even a full period. And if he knows that, hey, you're just a power play one guy and a second liner, and you're not going to make more than $8 million, if the stars lined up in that regard and Martin Necas was available to come back to the Hurricanes for free, maybe. But I think that he thought the grass was going to be greener when he got to Colorado playing with McKinnon, and he realized, oh, wait, there's some gaps in my game.
He still played pretty good offensively.
He still played very well offensively. And, for one of the biggest faults the Hurricanes have as an organization is they don't have many players that it's just like, go out there and take over the game. We're down by a goal. Take some risks. Necas was one of those guys that would do that.
You saw Dallas victimize him a bit too, though.
They did. When it gets physical, Necas has a hard time with it because there's a lot of times where he shies away from contact, and I'm kind of like, that dude. That's one of those times you gotta eat that body contact, and you gotta go in the corner and get the puck.
He was easily the best skater on the team. I think Necas was.
He always has been. His skating is his skating is on par with McDavid. Right?
Yes. No, legit. No, he's absolutely right about that.
Legitimately on par with McDavid. Where McDavid is better is that McDavid has the speed with the puck. Whereas
Yes,
Nate sometimes
exactly.
doesn't.
Nate just has the speed and
his hands
sometimes
are
leaves the puck behind him.
Yep.
Yeah. See, that's the thing I always said about Necas. If he could cure the disconnect between his hands, his brain, and his feet, he'd be one of the best players in the league.
Yes.
Surprised there's been no trades. Yeah, me too, honestly. Hour and 25 minutes in, we're on pick 10.
Golly. I told you, Elliot Friedman says, oh, this draft is going to be chaotic and crazy. I'm like, and that's how I know it won't be.
Normally he's not wrong about stuff, but apparently when it comes to judging how the draft is going to go, maybe he's a little bit wrong about that. Okay, the Kane says New York Islanders fans stormed out the arena when the Bruins took Hagens. Dylan Bollinger says, had a crush on Margaret Morrow, I believe is how her name is pronounced.
Like San Jose, I actually think Anaheim's going to be a very good team.
Well, they got rid of their biggest problem. I know that's an unpopular opinion, but I'm standing by it.
No, it was. Like, Zegras could not continue there.
No.
And Trevor Zegras is the most overrated player in the National Hockey League by far.
He really is.
Like, it's like he does a couple of little fancy trick shots, Michigan things, and next thing you know, he's on the cover of NHL 23 or whatever it was. Nah, get the fuck out of here. Nah, that kid was not nearly as good as people thought he was just because he made a few highlight reels.
And he wanted to play center when they already had Leo Carlson and Mason McTavish. Like, dude, no.
That's another guy I'm hoping that maybe Carolina can get. But after they went ahead and traded Zegras, I don't think they're going to let McTavish go now.
I love McTavish. He's such a
I like Mason McTavish a lot.
And I like Cutter Gauthier that they got from Philadelphia. God, he's so good.
I like what he did to Philadelphia.
Yeah. Philadelphia is one of those teams that they just need to go ahead and trade everybody out of there and hit the hammer and rebuild. They're if they make the playoffs, it's going to be barely, and they're just going to do that over and over again for a few seasons, and the wheels are going to fall off anyway. Honestly,
they have no goalie.
Yeah,
they really don't.
They don't. Like, they might as well play with six skaters.
Yeah, like I just don't understand. Like, they can get a ton of shit for Konechny, and they could just go ahead and start rebuilding the team now and rebuild it around Matvei Michkov. I don't know why they don't do that. And they've got Zegras now, too, so they got a little bit younger in terms of honestly, who's going to be in their core.
Like, some people are like, oh, yeah, look at the Flyers. They got Zegras. And I'm like, I, as a Canes fan, am looking forward to it.
Oh, yeah, he's going to get destroyed.
Demising Zegras over. And
I'm looking forward to Nikishin.
Together. The Canes will eat them alive if they put Zegras and Michkov together.
Yeah, Nikishin's going to look like Rorschach at the end of Watchmen after Nikishin hits him. Zegras is just going to be splattered all over the place. I fucking hate that guy, so I'm totally good with that. I basically started a war one night because after that night that we beat them in Anaheim, I went to Anaheim's post about the loss, and I wrote something along the lines of Trevor Zegras is a fraud and a bitch, and I can't count like 16 notifications in like 2 minutes.
There, of course, is that rumor. I don't know if he actually did this. Maybe I shouldn't even bring it up. There was what was it? Troy Stetcher. Remember that dust up?
The whole thing about him potentially making fun of. Okay, and we say allegedly here. I should say he allegedly said something about Troy Stetcher's late father, and Troy Stetcher did lose his temper in that situation in a way that I have never seen before. I've never seen Troy Stetcher lose his temper like that.
That way.
Yeah. And Troy Stetcher is like not exactly like a big physical tough guy who runs his mouth a whole lot. Like that's why it's weird seeing him lose it like that. I'm not saying he's like Slavin caliber even keeled, but all Troy Stetcher said about it after the fact was it's been handled and we're not going to bring it up again. So whatever was actually said is between them. Because there were rumors going around about what Jordan Stahl said to Dion Phaneuf that one time. It apparently was not good. So
I also heard
their business.
The chirping in the finals was actually getting really, really nasty too. Like really.
Yeah, they said they were crossing certain lines, i.e., like there's certain shit you just don't talk about. But it's like apparently that was getting to the point where they were talking about like they were going out of bounds with it because I can't confirm any of the stuff that was allegedly said, but like they were fucking pushing it.
Yeah, they were given, and Ekblad was being given a lot of grief for the positive PED test.
Yeah, I can't talk shit about that after Yerkes and Profar though. So,
all right,
dude,
Pittsburgh.
Chris Letang's kid looks like a clone of him.
Yeah, he really does.
Dude, he's a spitting image of his. He just needs the beard. Like he's
Benjamin Kendall.
Kindle. That's a reach. Benjamin Kindle is tiny. Good player. Like he's a good, very skilled, but I'm happy that he's not there for the Hurricanes to accidentally take.
Yeah.
I did not want Kindle. Like another one was Cameron Schmidt's also another kid out there who's like really, really small. It's like Colin Potter, I'd definitely be okay with. Because he reminds me a lot of Jarvis. But
wait, did Shane Wright get traded?
I didn't see that. That's news to me if it did.
Hold on, it's just something I saw in the chat. Said something about center off the board. Like, what are they talking about? Hold on. Okay, maybe I misconstrued that. Never mind.
Oh, maybe he was talking about like we should like try to get Shane Wright, and I would like that.
Okay,
I like
yeah,
Shane Wright a lot.
Cavery, I'm sorry, I read that as you saying that Shane Wright got like traded, and I was like, huh? What? That wasn't on my bingo card today. Then again, you know what, bingo would be an appropriate thing to play with the pace that this fucking draft is going at. Well, I think we need to start having games of rock, paper, scissors in between picks to help clear the fucking dead air.
This is getting ridiculous. I mean, like,
I hope they learn their lesson and never do this shit again. If one,
and we're not alone. I say this, we're not alone. I was checking out other, like every fan from every fan base is saying that this.
Oh, we're gonna have a trade here.
Am I a little behind on the stream?
I think I am too.
On my ESPN,
they're a little bit ahead of us. Sam is.
Well, so I'm not seeing it, but my roommate Sam, he's like apparently Friedman is saying that.
Kelly, how many Sams are there over there?
Yeah, I know. It's just me and my roommate Sam, but
okay.
Sounds like you're talking about.
He was also my
fucking
former
60s.
co-host. So, but apparently he said Friedman stated that they're trading their 12th pick.
Dude, my X is like freezing up. What the
Yeah,
hell?
I'm hearing that. I guess, yeah, they are saying that. Yeah, they're trading because they had a back-to-back pick and they're trading this one. They're trading pick 12.
I wonder what they're doing.
Yeah, Corey Lavalette said that Kendall was a really big reach because he had him 25th in his composite draft.
He definitely is. I mean, I guess they targeted him, which, like, honestly, maybe Dubas didn't deserve to be fired from Toronto after, like I said, like he basically did say that he was going to make changes to their core, and then Brandon Shanahan threw a fit and fired him. And I see your roommate.
Shanahan was the problem.
Well, it's like a lot of people said the whole core four thing wasn't going to work because it was too top heavy of a lineup, and that's why their bottom six sucked and their defense sucked. So if Dubas really wanted to make a trade involving one, maybe two pieces of the core four to fix those problems, that's what a good GM does.
Yeah, that was the right move to do, and Shanahan blew it, and that's why now he's gone. But Dubas, in his he's never been a good drafter. Like, even when he was Toronto, he would just he couldn't give the picks away quickly enough. And so now we see that he's actually, trying to make picks in Pittsburgh with a rebuilding franchise, and he chooses Kindle at 12th. That is
some GMs just ain't good at drafting. Like
true.
Jim Rutherford, for example, is probably one of the best GMs that you can have at the trade deadline to make a good team better. But as far as drafting and rebuilding teams, not good at that.
Horrible.
No.
And Ron Francis, as much as I can't stand him, he was he was good in the later rounds. Let's put it that way. He was good in the later rounds at finding some gems. I got to give him credit for that. Slavin, Pesci, Aho, but not good in the first round for sure. And then he just would sit on his hands in every single other aspect of his job.
I will give him one thing though: the times that he drafted a defenseman, i.e., Fleury and Hannafin, Carolina really needed defensemen. Then
they did.
It's like we really lucked out with Slavin and Pesci turning out the way they did because the Canes were fucking horrible at the defensive depth chart was very thin.
And they were old too. Like, John Michael Lyles. You had Ron
I couldn't
Hainsey.
stand him. I loved Ron Hainsey.
Ron Hainsey was somebody. Didn't he score a goal with like 180 feet away And when like
I think that was him.
I think he like iced the puck and then it bounced off the boards and it bounced off the goalie and into the net. It was like
Yeah.
Yes, it was
Toronto.
him. Yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite Ron Hainsey moment was when he like beat the shit out of Antoine Roussel and he landed one punch on his nose before his glove even hit the ice because he I think Hudobin was in net that night and Antoine Roussel ran him over, and after he did that, Hainsey skated up to him. He threw his gloves off, and even before his gloves hit the ice, he already landed a punch on Roussel, and he fucked him up. Like, his whole face was bleeding. That was my favorite Ron Hainsey moment by far.
Yeah, I appreciated him. You know, he was always a solid, third pair defenseman.
See,
he wasn't the issue. He wasn't the issue on that team, that's for sure.
See, it's like I had a soft spot for Justin Falk, but I can also acknowledge he did not pan out the way that we were hoping he would ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, he was a trooper through the dark years.
He was,
and
yes.
And when he finally, got a chance to
back.
play in the playoffs, you could tell how happy he was. And what was that? I think it was against the Islanders in that series in our first trip back to the playoffs, where he scored a goal coming out of the penalty box.
I remember that.
You remember that? And that was one of my favorite moments. It still is one of my favorite all-time Canes moments when he scored that coming out of the penalty box, and it was just like pure jubilation. It was great.
No,
I think it was at Buffalo Wild Wings when that happened, and everyone went nuts.
I liked Falk a lot, and I remember when he went on that streak of 13 games straight with the power play goal or something like that.
Yeah.
and the Canes didn't have a captain. Then I'm like, yo, he's our best player right now. Just have him do it. Like, that's what I thought was going to happen. That was like, that's who I thought should have had the letter at the time. To maybe take things in the right direction. But with the way the management was on that team, there was absolutely nothing that anybody could have done until
you just reminded me of that. And I was like, ew.
And then Bill Peters is like, oh, well, let's just have co-captains because
I hated that.
You just said it. That's what I wasn't even going to say it, but now you said it.
I'm okay with learning from history just because or stating it to learn because, okay, let's face it. The team was not marketed very well before Dundon took over, and we've had this explosion of fans ever since then that never really watched hockey before, and now they're into it. And I want them to know about these things.
Yeah.
We had a coach that was so fucking bad, he couldn't even pick a captain. When Justin Williams was sitting right fucking there.
Right. Oh, my goodness.
Well, Bill Peters had a huge ego.
Yeah, look at where it got him.
Yeah.
We do not speak that name in my house.
See, that was one of the best parts about when Brendan Moore became the head coach. I'm like, I know who the captain's going to be.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, everyone knew on day one. We already know who that's going to be.
Remember Jay Harrison?
I do.
I like Jay Harrison,
and I liked him a lot too. There's a game I'll never forget. This game, maybe y'all remember it. We were in Boston, and it just became an absolute shitstorm. Of you thought that. That game made the Washington game at the end of the regular season look like a a box full of kittens, where and I'll say this: everything Boston did, they were whistled for. Which you don't see this ever again. I don't know what happened that night, but everything Boston did, they actually got whistled for, and they were just getting more and more irritated. That was with Lucic was on the team. It was Lucic, Marchand, and Chara. And Cam, I don't know if you remember this, Cam Ward and Tuukka Rask, they were almost about to fight.
I think I remember that.
You remember this?
Yeah.
And I'll never forget.
Yeah.
Tuukka Rask wanted to fight Cam Ward, and I'll never because the Canes ended up winning. I think it was 5-2 or something was the final.
Was that 2013?
I think so, yeah, somewhere around there. And I know Jay Harrison had 3 or 4 fights.
I want to say that was either 2012
brawls.
or
it was just.
I want to say that was either 2011-2012 season. Or 2013 shortened season. The reason I say that is I remember that happening either right before or right after I got back from when I deployed in 2012 because I was gone that entire year. Yeah, I was gone from February to December that year.
I'll never forget that game. I'll never forget. And Jay Harrison was involved in several fights. And,
that sounds like Jay Harrison.
Yeah.
And he'd shoot the puck from anywhere.
Yeah, Joe Corvo would too. Just didn't really go anywhere.
Scorvo. He had a hat trick.
No, Corvo. Yep.
He did have a hat trick in one game. That was pretty sweet.
I think my favorite defenseman from that time frame on back was probably Nick Ballin and Sean Hill.
I really like Dennis Seidenberg.
Wow.
I haven't heard in a while.
But yeah, Sean Hill and Brett Hedican were two of my first favorite
Jack
players.
Nesbitt. That's an early Jack Nesbitt. He was I thought he was going to be, some mocks had the Canes picking him at 29th.
As long as Mason West is staying on the board,
so
I'm
wait,
happy.
what was the trade for? I know Philadelphia traded what to Pittsburgh to get this pick?
They traded 2 first-round picks to Pittsburgh.
They traded 2. Wait a minute. They traded 2 of their other first-round picks to move up to get. To get Nesbitt?
Yeah. So Pittsburgh got the 22nd and 31st pick from Philly.
What is Philly thinking? To get Nesbitt? He'd have been available at 30th.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
What the hell is Briere thinking?
Yeah, I don't understand this one.
That is horrible asset management.
Every mock draft, the highest of every mock draft I read had Nesbitt at 25. That was the highest.
I guess they did this last year, taking Luchenko really early too. The Jet Luchenko. And this is, I don't know, like Briere is like doing this thing again. I mean, obviously Mitchkov was good. That was kind of a no-brainer. He shouldn't have fell to them. But no. This is terrible asset management. I don't know what they're doing with Briere. I mean, what was it? Who was their GM beforehand? Was
for the Flyers? Hextall? No, there was someone after Hextall before Briere.
It was this is bugging me now.
Yeah, now I can't remember.
Chuck Fletcher.
Chuck Fletcher, that's who it was.
Fletcher, right, yeah. I mean, he wasn't very good either. He did a lot of bad contracts, made a lot of bad trades. But this is I don't know. This is just bad asset management. And like Danny Briere, I always really liked him as a player. He was someone I always wanted on the Hurricanes for the longest time.
Yeah.
And because he was always like really impressive, even to the ends of his career, he was still putting up points and being a really solid pro. But I don't know. I mean, like, not every player can be a GM. You think you know this game. Like, I don't know. That's just really bad asset management. Nesbitt was certainly going to be available when later on, trade 2 of your first round picks to get him. That's just nuts.
Remember that general manager that only had 1 year being a general manager with Minnesota, and he made 1 transaction, and that was trading Anita Ryder to Carolina.
Yeah.
Remember that? That was so funny.
What was his name? Damn it, I can't remember his name, but I know what you're talking about because I remember when that trade came up. I was like, when I first saw that trade, since it was Victor Rask for Nita Ryder, I was like, okay, that must be the main pieces. There's got to be something else to it, and then it ended up being a 1-for-1 trade. I'm like, holy shit.
Paul Fenton.
Paul Fenton. I don't think he's ever had another job since.
No, and he shouldn't. Like, he shouldn't be managing a McDonald's after you do something like that.
See, that's what I'm hoping for.
I was so happy we got Nita Ryder. That was such a steal.
It was great. I'm kind of really sad we let him go. Like
that, and at that point, Rask. At that point, Victor Rask wasn't going to pan out.
Hello, other Sam.
Other Sam. Welcome back from China.
You said welcome back from China.
Guess they let him out early, huh?
Yeah, it's getting kind of crowded in there.
Sam said that's where Brent Burns and Orlov are going to go, is China.
Burns, I don't think he's going to China.
Yeah, I have a feeling Burns might sign with us.
Burns is coming back. I'm not agreeing with it, but
you're probably right. I mean, like I said yesterday, we need to make Ekblad an offer. And frankly, you should just sign someone like Perbix. If we can't get the premier like Ekblad, or we can't trade for Anderson, just sign Perbix and have Walker play the one right D.
Or we can sign a defenseman who had 51 points in 64 games playing alongside Jacob Slavin a couple of years ago. Huh. I wonder who that would be. Oh,
is he a free agent?
Tony D'Angelo.
I would. I would love that free bot.
I'd like that better than Burns.
D'Angelo.
Yeah,
I really would like D'Angelo better than Burns. The only problem with that is I think that D'Angelo is not a big fan of our organization anymore.
He likes Rod though.
He does like Rod. I mean, they'd have to, like you see, they'd have to like promise him the spot playing with Slavin, and you can't really do that with Giangelo because there's too much. I mean, as much as I love, and I love him, but there's still a lot of risk there to say, look, okay, yeah, we can for sure guarantee you that you're going to have our one right D spot.
Yeah.
Well, this time
you can't really make that promise to a player like D'Angelo. You just can't.
This time maybe you can though, out of the simple fact that like when they traded to get him back, the Brett Pesce trade fell through, and that stopped him from. That's the only reason he didn't end up being a mainstay on the roster.
Right.
Let's just say in some alternate reality, it's Joel Edmondson instead of Dmitry Orlov in Carolina. He's probably playing on the third pair with him.
It's the guy from Full House. That's funny.
Which guy from Full House? Oh, Dave Cloutier, or I can't remember how it's pronounced.
He was my favorite. It was my favorite person in Full House.
Joey was his name in the show, if I remember correctly. I haven't watched it in a long time. He's actually
funny.
He was really good at hockey too. Actually, that guy was, because I remember seeing him play in some celebrity game or something. He's actually pretty good.
All right, who are the Wings taking? They should probably take Carter Bear. He's the best available right now.
How do you guys think Steve Yzerman's doing?
Bad.
Okay.
They should have been done by now, rebuilding.
They should have been and they should be in the playoffs for like they're way late on that.
You know what would really save his career is if he traded Dylan Larkin to the Carolina Hurricanes.
Yeah, it sure would. That's a great idea, Stevie.
Yeah, here you can have
Stevie Wise. Set him on down.
You can have.
Larkin's a bum. You don't need him.
Yeah. Fuck Dylan Larkin. He's not fast. He's not a great playmaker. He totally wouldn't fit with the Hurricanes. You should fleece him and send him here.
Not at all. Yeah.
Carter Bear.
No.
Yep, there it is.
Carter Bear. Yep. See, I know a little bit about what I'm talking about. Not a lot, but a little.
Oh, you know way more about the prospects than I do. See, I don't start really paying attention to players until the Canes draft them, and then there's only certain ones I really keep up with. Like that Nikishin video I made back in the day when he was still in the KHL. I spent months on that, actually. I watched like 300 hours worth of footage of him to pick out 13 minutes.
I think it was his first shift. When he had Mangiapane tried to knock him off the puck and he just swatted him aside he
just stood there.
Yes.
Yeah, and just absolutely Mangiapane was introduced the Nikishin wasn't introduced to the NHL. Mangiapane was just introduced to Nikishin with that. He's like, I'm gonna get this rookie D-man and then swap.
Yeah. And then there was one time Ryan Leonard managed to get Nikishin off his feet, and Ryan Leonard's a strong kid. He had to use every ounce of his upper body muscle to get him off his feet and catch him off balance when he did it.
Did he actually fall down, or did he just lose his balance a little bit?
He lost his balance a little bit, enough for Ryan Leonard to get him off his feet, but Ryan Leonard had to use every little bit of strength, every little fiber of his in his being to get it done, to get Nikishin off his feet. I do too. He's someone, if the Canes had drafted him, I wouldn't have been upset. They don't have enough players that are like Ryan Leonard. Ryan Leonard's basically another Tom Wilson.
Yeah,
that's what they think he's going to turn into.
He's not quite as tall.
Go early 20s.
Who will go early 20s? Did you say?
Oh, Ravensburg.
You're probably right.
The goalie.
Well, we might know by midnight.
Yeah, I know.
This is funny that make it that long.
It's funny they have Bear and 25 up there. That's all I'm going to say. I know it's because of 2025 draft, but it still just reminds me of one of my least favorite Hurricanes ever.
Yeah, God, that trade was a mistake. Because Warren Fogle he's been quite good since we traded him. And I don't know what we were. I always liked Ethan Bear as a person, but he just. Maybe as a player, Brendan, you can enlighten me. What was he doing wrong?
So
I could tell he wasn't working, but I couldn't really tell why.
Ethan Bear's gap control is not much better than Tony DeAngelo's, to be perfectly honest. And the reason I think he got away with it a little bit more was because he's big, he was stable on his feet, and he could lay hits and everything like that. But as far as like his positioning during zone defense and trying to deny entry and all that type of stuff, he had the skating ability to do it, but his gaps just weren't very good. And this is a guy that was also expected to provide a decent amount of offense, and he didn't chip in nearly as much as he was supposed to. So because you may remember, they tried Bear with Slavin before they tried D'Angelo with Slavin. They had D'Angelo with Ian Cole at first, and they eventually moved him up when Bear got hurt, and he took off. So Bear, more than anything, his gaps just weren't there. And then to top it off, when he did make mistakes, he didn't have the speed to get back. Tony D'Angelo had the speed. He'd make a mistake. You'd hear him shout an explicative, and then he'd at least be back trying to take a passing lane away or get a stick in there or something. For all of his faults, he did everything to make up for him every time that he made a mistake.
Yeah, for with D'Angelo, to me, it would seem it was like more like he would just get he would bite. He would bite on the fake, like he would bite on the deke from a lot of forwards and then just look silly. It was never a skating thing.
Because he can definitely skate.
He had a good stick too.
Yeah.
He's actually, honestly, I'll say that maybe this is a little controversial, but Tony D'Angelo is one of the best skaters I've ever seen.
No, it's not controversial.
There are he was really good.
There are very few people who have the skill set to walk a blue line as it is. And Tony D'Angelo makes it look like it's completely effortless.
Yeah.
That's why I said, I'm like, you know what? If he's one of those few players that, like, one of the few offensive defensemen that I will say, if he doesn't work out playing his original position, you could make him a winger. Like, he could do it.
He could do it.
That's why I'm surprised that those nights where they win 11-7 when he was still on the team, that they didn't just try him.
Just play him at forward.
Try him out in the forward. Hell, he spends half his time up there any damn way. It's like,
he's always been a rover, essentially.
Yeah.
That's what he's always been.
He's legitimately a rover. That's why when he plays with someone like Slavin, he didn't have any hesitation to his game. He's like, well, if I fuck up, Jacob Slavin's back there, I'll be fine. And then not to mention, it's like when Sam Bennett laid that hit on Slavin, if that had been D'Angelo out there instead of Burns, one, that wouldn't have happened anyway because Burns sent Slavin a suicide pass as it was. And two, Tony D'Angelo's gloves would have been off.
Yeah. And I'll never forget his first game. His first game. He's on the power play. And whatever, I think his pass got intercepted, and it was against the Islanders. And I forget who it was. It might have been Anders Lee, no, I don't think it was Lee. It was Cizikas. Cizikas was trying to bring the puck up shorthanded, and he had a little bit of a step initially. And then not only did Tony D'Angelo skate back and get over, but he just took his left arm, hooked him, and absolutely threw him to the ice like he was a rag doll.
Yeah.
And at that point, I was like, oh, that's who Tony D'Angelo is.
Yeah.
And that's not the guy that Aho walked. That's actually somebody else.
But I mean,
then of course he went to Philadelphia and Aho walked him again.
When Aho walked him the first time, though, Trouba hung him straight the fuck out the drive.
He did. Yeah,
I think that I think George LaRocque could have walked Tony D'Angelo in that situation. As fucked up a position as that was, because when Trouba lost that board battle when he tried to step up at the blue line, Tony was flat-footed. He was getting ready to go off and change. He was like, oh, fuck. And then, anybody was going to burn him in that situation. But Aho made him look silly.
He did twice.
Yeah. The Philadelphia one was worse, though, because he was ready for it that time.
Yeah. And he just absolutely, Aho blew, absolutely, slipped the puck between his legs. He megged him.
Yeah. He's he's like, I've done this at practice before, so I'll just fucking. He just did the same thing then.
Glad to see Don Waddell here.
If he do not pick
Columbus
Mason West, damn you.
It definitely, I mean, you and I obviously are really high on him. I'm not sure if anyone else is willing to take him in the first round. But we'll see.
Oh yeah, wow. Someone from the Gaudreau family.
God bless.
That would be cool.
Yeah, God bless them. I get really sad just thinking about that.
I think that's his wife.
Yeah. That is his wife, yeah.
Okay.
That is.
Yeah.
I remember when I heard that, I mean, I don't know, when I heard about that, they just went out for a bike ride and never came home. That is just the worst.
Yeah, I remember when I woke up that morning and I saw that stuff, and I was hoping that maybe it was some sort of like just messed up sick joke, because like that was way before the Columbus Dispatch put out their story about it and everything. I'm like, please tell me that this is some sort of sick joke. Please don't tell me this actually happened. And then came out later that it actually happened. But I wonder if they ever found out who it was that leaked where the police wrote down the addresses in the notebook before they went to go notify the next of kin. Like that shouldn't have come out early.
That was inexcusable.
And I also want to know how it got on Reddit before it got to the police.
Yeah.
But whoever that was deleted all those posts and deleted that account.
Yeah, they're giving it a good reception.
Jackson Smith.
Yeah, they need a D. So I can see that. Another solid defenseman, definitely first round talent. I think that's probably about where he was expected to go around here. But I always like seeing defensemen getting drafted in the first round ahead of the Hurricanes, because that means that because we don't take them. We don't take defensemen in the first round. So anyone else who takes a defenseman leaves better forward talent available to us.
Let's see what else we got here. Okay, so thus far in this draft, we have had, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 centers, 3 defensemen, and 1 left wing and 1 right wing drafted, according to the NHL draft tracker.
I told you this draft is really, really deep at center. A lot of really good, and there's still a lot of good more centermen too. Namely, 6'7", 210-pound quarterback.
Yeah, I just if a front office is not going to shy away from him since he's a high school hockey product, it would be ours. The Hurricanes are not going to care where he came from, I don't think, because are his analytics good? Yes, okay, draft him. That's the way I see that going down. I don't think anybody in that front office is going to say, well, he played high school hockey instead of juniors. Do we really want him?
And then he did play in the USHL and did well.
Yeah, because he played for Fargo.
Yeah. Sam, I don't know if you've seen all of our gushing over Mason West, but have you got a chance to check him out, and what are your thoughts on him?
I have not checked him out, but I checked him out just a little bit. I think while you were gone, Brandon put up the slide on.
Yeah, I've still got it right now.
And you know what? Just from seeing the guy, I'm like, I'd love it if we could draft him. Just because if you know what a team needs, you can narrow down which player they probably need to look at. And he's definitely that player.
I mean, yes. I mean, he's everything this organization needs, and they don't have to sacrifice on, the best player available type thing to do it. Yeah, he's not the most NHL ready prospect, but he does have the most runway. And so I think the Canes are perfectly positioned to draft him. They could trade back and still get him. That's possible. But I wouldn't do it. I would just take him if he's available.
Yeah, because when I looked at him on Elite Prospects, that's what I use for my
yeah, they're solid
research. But
that's where all this stuff is from. Everything that I put together for our streams, I got it all from Elite Prospects.
Yeah,
but when I looked at him, I think a lot of the scouts had him going like early in the second round.
Around the 35 to 45 range.
Yep.
And he's still on the board, so the dream is not dead.
There was a certain player I wanted the last draft, but Boston got him.
So we mentioned him, actually. Did you, Sam, you should have watched our stream, man.
Yeah, I should have.
So we mentioned Dean Letourneau.
Yes.
In our first, that was him. See, here's the difference between him and West. Very physically the same, very similar. Large, enormous right-handed centers. Great. Dean Letourneau only played high school, and he only played high school in Canada. Honestly, that is a difference because Minnesota high school hockey is far and away better than anything Canadian high school. Like the good Canadian hockey players go to play junior. They usually don't stay in high school. But even then, Mason West did go to Fargo and played well. Like he at least had something to work with there, whereas Dean Letourneau was only ever playing Canadian high school. He made a jump. He tried to jump immediately into the NCAA, and it hasn't gone well. And so, like, he probably could have used a year in a junior or like USHL type of program to get him more prepared to play the college game, which is what Mason West is going to do. He's going to go back to Fargo. He says he's going to finish out his senior year at high school and play one more year quarterback for them, and then in the middle, when he's done with that, when football season's over, he'll go to Fargo. And so I like seeing that too, because that's not only is that what's best for him, but he knows that's what's best for him to be a professional hockey player.
Yes.
And so that's also the things that like really impressed me about him is that he knows where he needs to work on. He knows where he needs to improve. I've listened to some interviews about that, where he understands his skill set. He understands how to use his skills as a quarterback on the ice.
I need to hook you up as a future guest on the KNAC Report.
I'd love that. Every now and then. Appreciate it, Sam. But yeah, so that's where I think Mason West is a cut above Dean Letourneau. Because I remember seeing him, and I remember thinking about him the first time. Like, he could hit at the NHL, but he's going to be like I'd say a fourth line player at best. Whereas Mason West has a lot more runway, a lot more potential.
That's good.
Yeah, and the Canes can afford to take their time with Mason West. He doesn't have to be ready in a hurry.
Matthew, question here.
Sure.
Back in 2015, when we drafted Aho in the second round, did you think that he'd become the player?
So, I remember, like, I wasn't into prospects as much because, we hadn't really built up the drafting pedigree at the time.
Okay.
And, but I still remember hearing before he made his debut. I remember hearing, actually, we probably got a good one there. And so I was hearing I don't know if y'all know the forum Canes Country, which is, hit and miss, but I remember still hearing, I remember he was being talked about on that forum before he made his debut. And they were like, yeah, let's get this guy a start. And then as soon as I watched him play, I'm like, my goodness, this kid is great. He's just done nothing but impress. And so, yeah, I mean, the fact that he was, what was the knock against him was his size. So you can't, I mean, size is great and everything, but you can't judge a player strictly by height.
Yes, I agree.
And he filled out a little bit too. I mean, like, I think he was drafted, like he was 5'11". He's grown to like an inch or two since his, junior hockey days. And he was playing, I think he was the top center on the Finnish junior team.
So
center,
actually, he didn't play center back then. Actually,
well, I think he was. I guess was it Laine? I thought he was centering Puljujärvi and Laine.
He took faceoffs on the power play, but I don't remember him actually centering anybody. I don't think he really played center a ton until Carolina started. Because I remember when I was doing research for that one really big video I did about him. There was a lot of doubt about his ability to play center, not just at the NHL level, but in general, because he'd never really done it before. He did it in a pinch here and there, but as far as him being committed to playing that position for a long time, I don't think he did it in Kärpät, and I don't think he did it on the Finnish World Junior team. The way that I understood it, he never really played center at all until, the Canes needed one, and Brind'Amour said, okay, I'm going to show you everything you need to know, because basically what Brind'Amour did with him, from all the research I did, and this is stuff that Aho said as well, Brind'Amour didn't coach him on anything on the offensive side of the game. He strictly took him aside and showed him video and everything and showed him all the defensive stuff, because he's like, you already got the offense. You don't need that. He taught him the 200-foot game. He taught him the two-way play. He taught him the face-offs. Clearly, he worked with him a lot on the face-offs. But the way I understand it, he didn't play center really at all until the third season that he was.
That's
in
even
the
more
league.
impressive, honestly.
Yeah,
That's
and credit to Brindamore for that
at the
because
NHL level.
credit to Brindamore for that because he saw a player that he could turn into that, and he did it. So that's why I say, like, there's a lot of similarities in the way Aho and Brindamore both approach the game as players. Only the big difference being Brindamore was significantly more physical, and Aho's got, it's like if Brindamore wanted to take a puck away from somebody, he ran him the fuck over and pushed him into the corner and overpowered them and took it. Aho just kind of sneaks in there, lifts the stick, he'll make a little body contact with you, and then he takes it the other way.
Or he does what did he do against what's it against Boston this year? I think the last game before the deadline. Didn't he steal the puck and get it to Jarvis?
Yeah, and he's good at that
yeah.
too, like telegraphing where passes are going to be and just getting the stick in the lane, like just being a disruptor. He's really good at that. Like, there's a lot of times where he could be physical, but he manages to just kind of telegraph the play and not have to do it, and that's good for longevity's sake as well. But Aho's actually ramped up the physical side of his game a lot.
And he can, yeah. Like he's just, like I said, he's done nothing but impress me.
Yeah,
like, even when he has like a not so great game, he finds a way to contribute. Yeah, which is rare. That's actually the mark of one of a premier player in the league.
Yeah, because I remember. Oh, go ahead, Sam.
Oh, I was just gonna say when it comes to Aho, and I thought we saw it like in the playoffs, especially against Florida. If he can play, he can play a bit of an angry game, like an angry Aho. Yeah, and I think if we see that more often, we'd love him even more.
Angry Aho,
I love Angry Aho.
Angry Aho is good Aho.
Yeah, but I mean, I also don't want him to go to that all the time. But like, if he could be Angry Aho like through the entirety of the playoffs,
yes.
And of course, that penalty right in the beginning of Game 1 was complete bullshit.
Yeah, it was.
And remember that penalty was utter. And honestly, that penalty, that absurd call, might have cost us the series. That was probably because I don't know if you remember, like the first form, like up until that point, we were all over him.
Yeah,
we were all over him.
We were.
And then that absurd penalty is called, and was it Verhaeghe or Reinhardt? I forget. I think it was Verhaeghe. Gets a little backhand up, and Freddie was off his post, and rest is history.
And the exact same thing occurs at the other end of the ice in Florida. Doesn't get a penalty.
Oh yeah. No, like it unbelievable.
Well, I mean,
so Vancouver took Braden Coots. He was something else. He was someone else I would have liked to see fall, but he didn't. Coots is a really good player, and that's a good pick for Vancouver.
Yeah, I've heard very good things about Coots.
So the funny thing is, back to the Aho thing for a second, I wasn't sold on him for a while. It took me a little bit. It took me about into his second season before I was kind of like, all right, this guy's for real. Because I'm like, man, I've been through this cycle before where I'm like, okay, this player is going to be really good. This is going to help us get out of the dark ages. I had that feeling with Lindholm. I like so many players had given me this hope.
Boychuk.
Zach Boychuk is a great example. Huh?
Skinner for me.
Jeff Skinner.
Well,
yeah.
Skinner was entertaining. I'll say this. Skinner was entertaining.
Oh, it's fun to watch him.
A great rookie year. Like his rookie year, I was so like that. I remember having fun watching him in his rookie year. He's the only Hurricane who's ever won a Calder trophy.
Yep.
And he was
until next season.
Yeah, that's right.
Demidov's probably going to get it, but hopefully Nikishin can.
Yeah, I don't know. You're probably right, but yeah, like, and honestly, it wasn't until like the last 2 years of Jeff Skinner with the team when I'm like, what are you doing? Up until then, I had always liked him. As
the coach that shall not be mentioned kind of ruined Skinner, if you ask me.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess because he probably did, because like more than anything, because like it was browbeaten into him that this is the only way you're going to be able to play is if you do this absurd cheating for offense. But that obviously that set Brindamore off. And as soon as he became head coach, he's like, number one thing is trade Jeff Skinner for Cliff Poo. And 2 picks that turned it into Kochetkov and Nikishin. So I guess it's
Yeah.
I guess it's not so bad.
The moment that led to that trade, I remember exactly where I was at and what I was doing. So I had a beer league game at the ice rink in Prince William, or the Prince William Ice Complex, or whatever they called it. It was in Woodbridge, Virginia, so it was a little south of DC, where the area I lived in. And I got there early, and I was listening to Adam Gold's show, particularly an interview he had with Eric Cole.
A trade?
Wait, hold it. Yeah, we'll hold this up, see what happens here.
Yeah, I see the trade button going off.
Yep. That happened earlier today.
Both these picks. Yeah, they got both these picks for Dobson.
Dobson is the player that Montreal needed. I like that from Montreal.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a little weird to me because they have Lane Hudson, who is already a really, really good offensive defenseman. Did they really need more of that? I guess
they're probably going to.
Is Lane Hudson LHD? Is he left-handed?
Yeah, he's left-handed.
Yeah,
Dobson's
left-handed.
Lane
Okay,
Hudson's
Dobson is
left-handed,
RH. Yeah, that's fair, I guess.
I wish they wouldn't do that. Put the trade alert thing for a trade we already knew that had happened.
Oh, did they? Yeah, is that really what all it was?
Yeah, they put the Dobson trade up there from earlier.
Hey,
yeah. We knew about that 8 fucking hours ago. But yeah, I was sitting there at the Prince William rink, and I'm there listening to this. And Eric Cole was on the radio with Adam Gold, and Eric Cole basically
I gotta do something. I'll be right back, real quick though.
Eric Cole basically did a hit job on Jeff Skinner, saying that he'd never really been asked any of the stuff that or done any of the things he'd been asked to do, and that he was going to have a difficult time with the new coaching staff and all that. And then I think the next day, he was gone. I legitimately think he got traded the next day after that, or pretty close after. It's just after I heard Eric Cole say that stuff on the radio, I'm like, yeah, he's gone. Like, I already knew it at that point. And I was so pissed when they traded Jeff Skinner at first. But then I'm like, it turned out, I'm like, this is actually one of the best decisions that this organization could have made.
Yeah, well, I still think the best trade was us getting Patrick Marleau and Toronto's first-round pick, which turned into Seth Jarvis.
That worked out really well.
Oh, man. Oh, thank you, Davis.
All right, we'll do some comments here while we're waiting. Dylan Bollinger says just trade for picks. I'm afraid that's what's going to happen. I really am. Tony D says there's a good amount of FA Demon that I would take over Burns. J-Dub says our fan base is getting extremely restless. The length of time that this draft is taking is not helping with that at all. Last year, we would have been to 25 by now.
Yes, we would have.
This is fucking ridiculous. Tony D says Larkin for KK and Blake. Oh, I'd do that in a heartbeat. We'd probably have to throw in at least a pick along with that, though, to even get them to talk to us. Dylan Bollinger says Aho did get pretty physical in the playoffs. It really surprised me. Yeah, he did. Angry Aho is I like seeing him. He can't come out all the time because then it loses its effectiveness. But J-Dub says Leafs still pissed about that trade. Yeah, I would be too.
Yep.
But Jarvis was tailor-made to be a Hurricane, though. He really was.
I'm back.
Just like Stankoven.
Stankoven is my new favorite.
Stankoven, that dude was born to be a Hurricane, bro.
I might have to get his jersey.
It's going to be one of the most popular ones from here on out. And that's another thing I love about Canes fans. When I go to Lenovo, I see like a variety. Some people have Aho, some people have Slavin. Now you're going to see a lot of Nikishin and Stankoven. You see a lot of Jarvises, a lot of Svechnikovs, and then you'll see an odd one here and there of somebody else. Like, I've got like my Stepan one, my D'Angelo one, whatever. When I would go to games in Washington, Ovechkin, Backstrom, Wilson, occasionally a Carlson, but like 80% of the people in there had Ovechkin sweaters. And when I went up to Pittsburgh, most of the people had Crosby, Malkin, Letang, but that was about it. In Florida, Barkov, Kachuk, that was about it. That's all I saw when I went there.
Bob?
I saw an occasional Bob, and I saw one Anton Lundell guy, but he was actually Finnish, like legitimately from Finland.
Interesting.
Lundell's a really good. Lundell's really, really good.
Yeah, he is.
But yeah, Who went?
Eklund, Victor Eklund. Yep.
Okay.
He said Auckland.
This is why I don't like the celebrity announcer. Oh, well, dude, what was really bad was when the who was it that announced Kotkaniemi getting drafted?
Remember Dundon's daughter mispronouncing Sveshnikov?
Yeah, but that's a kid. I can forgive that.
Yeah.
And then right after that, whoever it was that announced Kotkaniemi getting drafted, he totally butchered his name, Kakanemi or something.
I think I remember that.
Kakanemi.
Yeah, yeah, he totally butchered it, dude. It was bad.
A portent of things to come. What?
Josh Epifanio says, feels like we're not going to do much today. What value does the 29th pick even have to trade for a second line center or a top or
definitely not on its own.
Not on its own.
Maybe because Rasmus Anderson doesn't have a contract, his value is reduced. If the Canes decide to trade for him without a deal in place, it's probably for cheaper. You might do that. But other than that, they'll either trade back or make the pick.
Yeah, it would have to be part of a larger trade if we're getting a legitimate roster player, but I could definitely see like 29th overall pick player who's only got 1 year left on his deal. I could see that happening. At that point, I'd rather try to
Anderson
trade
right now
else.
is RFA. Anderson right now is RFA without a deal.
That's right. See, I didn't know if he was UFA or an RFA. I just knew he had 1 year left.
He's RFA without a contract.
Okay. Let's see. Raven dropping. That's good news. Dundon himself could never pronounce Svechnikov.
Let's see. I mean, honestly, what I'm looking here, Calgary could very well take Ravensburgen because they could use a goalie.
Calgary, they have Dustin Wolf though. A young goalie.
That's why I don't know.
Okay. You know what? Never mind. I forgot about him. You're right. I forgot. He was really good. I actually went to the game when Calgary came to town, which I think we won 2-1, and Dustin Wolf showed up in that game. He was like,
oh yeah, he
was incredible.
That's another game Carolina didn't deserve to win because they went 0-7 on the power play. You remember, Sam? I was at that one with Jeremy and AB.
Oh yeah, you were there too.
Yeah, they Carolina won the game in overtime on the Aho one timer. Yeah, and I'm sitting there walking out of the building. Everyone's all elated, and Jeremy and AB kind of look at me, and Jeremy asked me, he's like, "What's up with you?" I'm like, "We did not deserve to win that game. That we sucked." Like
on the power play, I thought 5-on-5 we were good.
5-on-5 we were good, but at the same time, I can't excuse an 0-for-7 power play. You should accidentally get a goal. At point.
I will say that Dustin Wolf had a lot to do with that. Like
Dustin Wolf was pretty nasty that night.
He was making a lot of good saves, and I loved. Well, I think it was only topped by his double overtime goal. But when Aho scored that one in overtime, he slammed his fist into the board like give it like a "how you like me now, bitch" kind of selly right there. That was fun to see.
One of the videos that they posted on the Canes X account, you can vaguely see little smudges that are me, Jeremy, and AB.
Really
going all crazy. Like you can barely tell. You can't really tell it's us. The only reason we knew was because we knew where we were sitting. But you can see clear as day. AB's wearing his black Svechnikov sweater. Jeremy's wearing his white Svechnikov sweater, and I've got my Stadium Series Kotkaniemi one. You can clear as day see all three of us if you know where to look for it.
I have yet to be shown on camera at a Canes game. I was on the camera at Carolina Mudcats.
Yeah, there was one time. There was one game we were at last year. It was actually, or last season, I should say. It was actually Stan Coven's first NHL game. Me, Jeremy, and AB, again, we were sitting in the lower bowl, and we were behind the penalty box. But we did 2-1, if I remember correctly. Aho scored on the breakaway, and that was the only one. And that's pretty bad when the only goal you produce that night is Aho scoring on the breakaway. Because Aho and breakaways.
He doesn't do that.
Yeah, Aho on breakaway is like a lactose intolerant person drinking 2% milk and expecting a good outcome. It's just not going to fucking happen. Like,
he always goes for the 5-hole.
Yeah, it's like, I'm like, bro, elevate the puck. We've seen you do it. You know what? Next time he needs to just get right in front of the crease and just fucking drop a clap bomb. Just fuck doing anything fancy. Just wind up and smoke.
I mean,
that
little can opener move where you go to the backhand and try to slide at 5-hole. I mean, it's a good move. It is a good move because the goalie has to move his feet to respect the deke. But if you do it all the time,
they know to look for
he
it.
doesn't know how to do anything else.
Now, granted, he didn't do that against Florida.
No, he didn't. He shot it.
He scored.
He took it forehand, shot it, and beat Bobrovsky.
Yep.
And what was that? It was a shootout, but I think he did like a crazy backhand forehand move to beat Vasilevsky in a shootout.
Yeah. One of my I have to look this up, but one of my favorite moments ever with John Forsland's calls. Carolina was they were in a shootout. I don't remember against who. It was the first time I think Aho went up in the shootout, and he was in the second spot that night, and he scored on a really filthy forehand backhand move. And John Forsland said, and I quote, "Oh my goodness, that was sick."
I remember that.
I vaguely remember that.
Hearing John Forsland use that type of terminology, knowing how reserved of a person he is, was really awesome to me. It was my ringtone for a while for text messages.
Interesting.
Aitchison, another defenseman. Good. Excellent. Take all the defensemen before the Hurricanes, please.
Yes. I'll be right back.
All right, buddy. Yeah, we'll have we'll have our pick of the litter when it comes to the forwards, it looks like.
I mean, when you're taking people like Martin at 5th and Kindle and Nesbitt this early, like those are just mispicks. Like those are just objectively the wrong decision. I don't know what they're scouting. I don't know what their scouting is thinking. And I mean, like I've heard like some things that can go wrong at the draft for like a team, because I think it was Buffalo a few years back. Oh yeah, when when we took Martin Necas, I think the Buffalo had picked it a little bit earlier, and they took Casey Middlestat, and that was like a miscommunication. Like I actually heard that they were supposed to take Necas, and then they accidentally switched at the very last second and took Middlestat instead. Which, of course, I know Necas isn't here with us anymore, but that's a mispick.
Yeah,
and like what? I mean, well, I guess honestly, that's the level of incompetence I should expect from Buffalo. So I can't be too surprised.
Yeah. I'll hate the Sabres forever. I really will. I'm never going to forget 2006 and everything that they said afterwards. But I'm at the point where I kind of feel bad for them.
Yeah, I feel bad for the players. I don't really feel bad for the fans.
I'll never like the fans. It's just all those years of like, oh, well, we would have won the cup that year if all of our defensemen weren't injured. I'm like, bitch, we had injuries too. Like, we had a rookie goaltender in that because Martin Gerber had a staph infection or whatever it was.
That's right. Yeah.
And
there was a reason he turned to a pumpkin immediately.
Doug Waite was hurt.
I thought that happened in the cup final. Did it happen in the cup final?
No, I think he got injured before that.
Yeah, in any event. I mean, yeah, it's like look.
Wasacek was hurt, and God rest his soul.
Yeah, indeed. Look, puck don't lie. Puck don't lie. We were the better team. We should honestly, it shouldn't have even got to Game 7. We should have had that Game 6. That was a BS call, and I think it was a boarding call that gave Buffalo a power play, and they won it.
And then they scored on that power play goal.
Yeah. I think it was Briere who scored, and so that was some BS too. So it shouldn't have even got to Game 7. They got a fluke goal in Game 7 to take a 2-1 lead, and thankfully the better team won.
Yeah,
because we were the better team that entire series. Let's be honest.
I agree. And I'm trying to think of who else did Carolina have injured in that whole situation? Yeah, okay, Buffalo was missing 4 of their top 6 defensemen. Carolina had, I think, 3 or 4 injuries themselves. That time of year, everybody's hurt.
Yeah. So they took Aitchison, and now it's Calgary.
Okay, this is where I need to see a trade. Anderson.
This kind of interviewing Zoom, like what the hell are they thinking?
I know it's terrible.
This is horrible bad. like with him standing like there, like he doesn't know what to do. Like what on earth is this?
Reminds me of the scene at the end of the very first Avengers movie with Nick Fury talking to like the board or something.
Or they're just all sitting and eating at that shawarma place.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's the end of the first Avengers movie, yeah.
Just weird.
It's so cringe. This is so cringe. Like what? And you say I feel bad for these kids now because they're going to be forever known and they have to suffer through this kind of draft format.
Batman did not like the decentralized thing at the very beginning. He did not like it.
Well, hopefully now they'll change it back because it seems like I'm telling you, I don't think we're going to find one person who says that this was a good idea. Not one.
They won't, and that's why they're going to do it again because again, we can't have nice things.
Yeah, not with this regime in the NHL. But I will say this: I think Bill Daley would run the NHL much worse than Gary Bettman would.
Probably.
So there are worse things that could happen.
Bettman is all the owners like him. And so there's a reason for that. I mean, like he is firmly in the owner's camp. And so that's, I mean, for better or worse, it's also caused 2 lockouts. So it's been a lot of worse. But all the owners like him, and as long as the owners like him, he'll keep his job.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do some comments real quick here. Dylan says half the first round is the Islanders. It seems that way. Dylan also says, who is this guy you talked about on the first stream that teams probably won't touch because of his attitude, but really physical? Ray Abkin.
Ivan Ryabkin. And the fact that he's dropped, we could take advantage of that and pick him in like the 3rd round now, if that's going to happen.
That'd be a steal for a 3rd round pick that you can probably work through a lot of his issues. Mm-hmm. Jay says, dang, looks like 2 good picks from the Islanders. It's going to be Colin. Yeah, Colin Potter is looking more and more likely.
Yeah, he should be a top 20 pick. And like I was kind of thinking maybe that he'd be, fall down to the late 1st round. But if he goes at 18th, that'd make a lot of sense. And the Islanders, I mean, Schaefer and Aitchison, again, we don't take defensemen in the 1st round, and there's a reason for that. But he's going to be a good one. He's gonna hurt you. Aitchison is gonna cause damage. Not on the score sheet, mostly. Like he'll actually cause injuries to his opponents.
I'm looking forward to that with Nikishin and Charles Alexis Legault.
We're gonna need we're gonna need that. We're gonna need that same kind of thing to match up against somebody like that because he's like honestly, think of Ratko Gudas.
So Rasmus Anderson is actually a UFA at the end of this year.
Oh, he's UFA.
Yeah, he's already.
So he does have one.
He's already 28 years old. Yeah, he's been in the league for a while.
Who was I thinking of? Huh.
I think a lot of guys who had their first couple of seasons around the COVID time, we kind of forget about them because there are a lot less games got played. And honestly, during the bubble, when they had the teams in Toronto and Edmonton, I couldn't have been any more checked out watching those games. I'm like, this is just not the same.
Yeah, that was sad. It was sad time. But I'll still never forget that 5 overtime game that they had between Columbus and Tampa Bay that forced the Canes and Boston to be delayed.
Yeah, they had to wait until the next day to play. And one thing that actually, this was back one of the times that this must have been the old Canes admin because the new one kind of sucks, honestly. The old one wrote something to the NHL and said, "Hey, they won't get off the ice. They were supposed to play at 7, but they won't get off the ice.
They won't leave."
I'm like, all right, that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Mom, Columbus and Boston are hogging the ice again.
They're hogging the rink.
Dylan Bollinger says we need someone like Ivan, I believe. Yeah, that's part of the reason we wanted to get Mason West because he could eventually tap into that physical side of his game with his frame and everything like that. Because if you're 6'7" and you don't go out there and hit people, you're doing something incorrectly. Or, example being, even though he wasn't 6'7", Jesse Puljujarvi. Bro, you're huge. Use that.
Yeah.
They can't find a helmet to fit you because of how damn big you are.
And apparently, though, he needed hip surgery when we got him. And honestly, that honestly really sours me on like being a trade partner with the Oilers ever again, because they clearly hid that. They clearly hid that, and then they knew about it and they hid it, and then they dangled them. Like that to me is something that should be. I don't know if there's anything they could really do about it, but there should be consequences for that.
This was a player I was considering that they just fit.
Reshny, yep,
yeah,
Reshny's good, and it's maybe a little early on him, but he is a good player. He's very dynamic. He'll put up a decent amount of points.
Mm-hmm. Dylan Bollinger says Nikishin can't be our only guy who is very physical and getting into people's head. He won't be. I think that's something that'll get addressed in some capacity or another. Lanny McDonald's, a.k.a. Colonel Sanders. No, you can't do that because his name is McDonald, so he can't be KFC.
Yeah.
Ravensburgen still on the board.
All righty.
Just looking at the picks before us, I could really see Nashville picking Ravensburg.
Since
they traded Askarov.
Since they traded Askarov off and committed to Saros. If they do draft, or you know what, the sucks that they don't still have Askarov then, because if they drafted him right now, I'd be like, hey, UC Saros.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they already made a big mistake with Martin.
Yeah.
Like Brady Martin is a fine player and he hits a lot, and that's great. But I mean, like, now it's like it's a copycat league, right? They want their Sam Bennett, and they think he can be that. And that's. I mean, I guess if he had a comparable, that would be one. But I mean, he hasn't really shown. Brady Martin didn't really show the offensive ability, at least not yet. And if you're taking a hitter at pick 5. You need a new draft philosophy. I'm sorry. You can get hitters. Yeah. You can get hitters in a lot of places in the draft. You can't really. You need like someone that's gonna have like an $8 million plus contract at some point. That's who you take with your top 5 pick. You don't take a hit.
Okay, if someone like that has a physical element to their game, like if they're a projected top 6 player and they have a power forward element and they have a ton of physicality to go with it, and that's just how they play, that's fine.
Sure.
But like a bottom 6 role player ceiling, though, no, you can't be using your top picks on that.
Ivan Ryabkin has better offensive ability than Brady Martin.
Yeah.
And just as much physicality. Like, I mean, yeah, I said it. Any scout that's, that's putting Ivan Ryabkin in the 3rd round, fight me. Like, I don't care. Ivan Ryabkin is objectively a better player than Brady Martin. Now, he may have off-ice issues that he needs to work on, and that might scare off a lot of teams, but in just terms of the on-ice, what you're getting, you're better off with Ryabkin than Martin. Yeah,
well, I mean, if this organization can have Ian Cole around, there's a lot less. There's a lot less you can do in terms of like. That's not that bad at the end of the day.
He scored an overtime goal against the New York Rangers, and I still can't stand him.
Oh, let me clarify what I was saying. I'm not saying what Ian Cole did wasn't that bad. I'm talking about Ryabkin not being.
He's just a young stupid kid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I didn't want somebody to misconstrue that as me saying what Ian Cole did was okay, because it was not on many different levels.
I know.
So that was I was doing that more so to protect myself, because somebody else saw that and be like, oh look, Brandon likes Ian Cole. He said that it was okay that he did what he did. I'm like, no, not at fucking all. It was not okay. And that it's weird to me that like someone like Tony DeAngelo would essentially get like blackballed from the league for shit that happened either a long time ago.
We all know why DeAngelo got blackballed.
Oh, we do. But Ian Cole can do what he did, and he still finds another job. What Ian Cole did was objectively worse than anything Tony DeAngelo has ever done.
Yeah, 1,000,000,000% worse.
Yes.
No. The league doesn't care about adultery. They do care
about
political views.
Committed adultery with a member of the organization. And I'm pretty fucking sure there's probably some sort of rule against that. Some sort of fraternization rule or something there has to be.
Well, the other person
and she was engaged
in MLB.
Yeah. Dude, I'll tell you what, though, that guy got off really lucky. I'm happy that happened before they got married. I'm happy
Oh,
that
yeah,
he was able to get away from that
his-
situation.
Oh, that would have been
Yeah.
so bad.
Yeah, so like in a way that makes Abby Labar worse because like you were doing this shit with full intent to marry another person that you had already
Yeah.
committed to.
Oh.
Fuck you.
Yeah,
Like
that's really bad. Yeah, and so all that goes to show that Ivan Ryabkin has maturity issues. He's a young kid from Russia who happens to be really good at ice hockey. And like I said, like even the first time, arrogance is actually not the worst trait to have in a professional athlete.
yeah, I'd rather have arrogance than someone be timid because you can
Right.
rein
Yes.
that shit in. When if someone's timid and afraid, it's hard to get that out of their system. It was like we were talking about the other. Yeah, it was like we were talking about the other night, Matthew. It's like when I was in the military, we had a saying: I'd rather deal with someone who I have to rein in than someone I have to kick in the ass and get more out of. Ryabkin is the former of that. Yeah, you have to rein him in, and I will take that 10 times out of 10 over somebody who is timid and indecisive on anything.
Because I understand. I mentioned this on our stream, but Ryabkin, there's a clip of him where he's in the front of the net, and the goalie freezes the puck, and he after the whistle, like significantly after the whistle, is still jamming away and spearing at the goalie underneath his pads. Like, well after the whistle, he is just shoving his stick as far as he can into the goalie, and he is doing this while he is the only one there. That he is the only one on his team that's anywhere near him. He is surrounded by all 5 of his opponents and the opposing goaltender, and he is still with all doing all that he can to shovel the goalie and the puck into the net. And every single one of his opponents, including the goaltender, all grab a piece of him. He is a maniac. He's an absolute maniac with no fear whatsoever, no sense of self-preservation. It's like my second son. My oldest son is this is typical, but like he's the very, very cautious type. My second son has no fear at all. No inhibitions at all.
Nikki
see,
Glaser.
like, oh yeah, the comedian.
Nikki Clay. Wow. Okay. For the Blues. Okay. Oh boy, this is painful. Like I'm having fun with you guys, but this is
It's a good thing y'all are here, otherwise I'd be asleep.
Yeah. Like we cannot do this alone. I would not be able to watch this by myself. Emo's
I'll tell you what though,
that?
with the jokes that she made at Tom Brady at his roast though, she had some really damn good ones.
Y'all ever had Emo's pizza?
Nah.
Mm-mm.
My wife loves it. I can't stand it.
Mm.
It is not pizza. We have some family friends in St. Louis. I've been there. Haven't been at a game. I haven't been to any Hurricanes away game. That's on my bucket list.
I'm gonna try and hit every NHL arena, and so far I've got
awesome.
I've got 4 down, and I'm planning on knocking off 2
Justin
more next year.
Carbonell.
Yeah, honestly, like he's someone who probably should have gone a lot earlier. Honestly, he did fall a little bit. Like he's someone who should have gone in place of like Martin or Kindle. Like Justin Carbonell at pick, was it 19? He should have been a top 15 guy. So he didn't fall a ton, but I think Carbonell is better than 19 overall. But good for St. Louis. Now they can trade us Robert Thomas.
Yeah, they don't need Robert Thomas anymore.
Yeah,
the Blues clearly don't need Robert Thomas now.
Yeah.
Give us
him and
Robert
Buchnevich
Thomas,
are away.
please.
Robert Thomas would be just about as good as getting Larkin or Tage Thompson.
I'd say no one's as good as Tage Thompson right now.
No.
in terms of what they would bring to the team. He is by far the best player the Hurricanes could get, except for like McDavid or some such nonsense.
Yeah, as far as players that could possibly be available, even though I think Buffalo's going to have a really bad start to their season for Tage Thompson to actually become available. Like they're going to have to lose like a lot of their like first couple of months worth of games or something for that to be able to happen.
Easily happen.
It can happen. Hell, it's been happening to them for how many years now?
15 and counting.
Yep.
Honestly, like I look
yeah.
at Buffalo's roster. I'm like, on paper they look good.
On paper, they should be okay. Yeah, like
Yes.
people like for the last at least 2 years, maybe 3 years. On paper, they should be getting in.
See, 23-24 I thought was, or 22-23 was the year that I thought that it was 23-24. I thought that they were going to I thought them and Ottawa were both going to take the next step that season. Ottawa, it took them another season.
Okay, this is when I start to get nervous because I really want Ravensburg.
Yeah, we're nine picks away.
So looking at this, okay, so it's pick 20 with the Jackets. They just sent Tarasov over. They do need a goaltender. They could definitely use a goaltender.
Hey, Brandon.
What up? Oh, hi, Penny. Hey, big girl. That's my friend, even though she scratched up my foot.
Yeah.
You scratched his foot.
That is a big honking dog.
Yeah, she got excited because we were just kind of playing around in the living room when I crashed there after Game 6 against the Rangers, and she just kind of trotted towards me and she accidentally stepped on my foot. She wasn't trying to hurt me. She's a sweet dog.
This is so awkward. What is this? What am I watching? This with the video screen. What?
It looks like they're looking down on the player.
Yeah, and he's looking up at this. What is this? What is?
I know. Yeah.
You know what? This would be a lot better if every one of them walked up to the screen and said, "What is your bidding, my master?" That's the only fucking thing that would make it better. That's all I'm waiting on is the fucking Emperor to pop up on one of these.
You see Ian McDermott come on screen.
Batman should come out there wearing all black robes.
Yeah, wearing the robes. And you know what? If that did happen, I'd be like, you know what? That doesn't fucking surprise me at all.
That might make up for it. Probably not, but it would at least.
He made the comment of the night, Brandon.
That was great.
I made the comment of the night so far. We're going to be here a while.
We've got at least another hour before.
Yeah.
Bro, this is not good for getting fan engagement doing this draft this way.
This is so bad.
This is the type of shit that makes people turn the fucking TV off the moment that their pick is made and not even want to see what's going on with the rest of the draft. It's just like I said, we have to wait until 29.
If we weren't together, I would not be watching.
I'd be watching the Braves get killed by the Phillies, but apparently they were on rain delay, so I might get to watch a little bit of that.
Yeah, I might as well. Now that you mentioned it, might as well check out what's happening to my Mets right now, if anything.
I don't watch baseball. I fell asleep at a Yankees game.
The Braves, the Braves and Mets can fight for the last wild card spot and promptly get destroyed by the Padres or the Cardinals or the Diamondbacks.
Yep. They played the Pirates today. Brendan, guess the final score.
5-1 Pittsburgh. Today.
Nope.
5-1 Mets.
No. Oh no.
Oh no. Wrong direction. 10-2 Pittsburgh.
Direction. That's the right margin. It's 9-1.
Damn.
The Mets
who was pitching for Pittsburgh? Was it Skanes?
I don't know. Well, it might have been Skanes. Did that would make sense. Let's see, who did Pittsburgh have on the mound? Now Mitch Keller.
Oh, he's still pretty good though.
Mm-hmm. What happened with the Mets? Yeah, of course they got absolutely demolished.
I'll be right back.
Travis Jankowski is in the lineup for whatever reason, and David Peterson got shelled. Got absolutely hammered. That's a shame because he a couple of weeks ago had a complete game shutout, and he had just a phenomenal, masterful outing. But I don't know. Mets pitching is falling apart, and
we'll get to some more of the comments here during the another extensive waiting period. Dylan Bollinger says, I can see Ravensburg having the sickest goalie mask with a raven on it and look good in red and black and white. Yeah, that could be cool. Todd Davis says, I miss Abby. Dylan Bollinger says, I mean, seriously.
If the rumors are true, you aren't the only one.
Yeah. Dylan Bollinger says, I mean, seriously, Abby, out of all the players, Ian Cole.
Right. Well, again, of course, the rumors are he was not the only one.
Yeah, there were a few names I heard. I mean, I don't know any of them though, so I'm not going to comment on it. Yeah.
Yeah. Before we like, I commit to traction or something like
that.
Yeah.
I don't want to get sued. Gastrin is still there. Okay, good. Milton Gastrin is someone that we profiled, and he was personally. Let's see. I think I had him third on my list, and then it was Colin Potter was my fourth one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the order I had it in.
Yeah, how did I put it to how did I rank our guys here to you again? Obviously, Mason West was the top.
If you want to pull it up and then read it off, yeah.
Yeah, so I had at the top, all of these players are available actually. Of the 5 people we profiled, Mason West, then I had Billy Zonin, and then Colin Potter, then Joshua Ravensbergen. 5th, I had it as Ivan Ryabkin. 6th, I put Zhuravsky, Alexander Zhuravsky. 7th, Daniel Prokhorov. 8th, Shane Vensagi. 9, Milton Gastrin, and 10, Simon Wong. I probably could put Milton Gastrin maybe a little bit higher, maybe 7th or 8th. But I like the strength and physicality that both Prokhorov and Vensagi bring to the game. Again, it's not that Gastrin is a timid player or anything like that, or that he can't hit or won't ever get physical, but both Prokhorov and Vensagi are definitely better in that regard. And I'd say they're both all 3 of them are probably going to be bottom 6 players. Again, Gastrin going to be a really, really solid, good two-way center, but probably bottom 6.
Yeah, see, the reason I was looking at Gastrin specifically is if KK gets traded and 2 years from now, the Canes are going to need someone to fill Jordan Stahl's role because KK won't be here to do it, which I think was his ultimate destiny as a Hurricane, but he'll be gone before that happens.
He'll be gone, yeah. Like, honestly, like that kind of like third line center role, I don't know if we're going to – like, is anyone we draft – just to be realistic, anyone we draft is at least 2 years away, and I think the only one who's 2 years away is Colin Potter.
Yeah.
Everyone else is probably longer than that. And
I was actually hoping
he could make Ravensbergen could see action. He won't be like a mainstay, but he could see action in 2 years. He can see NHL ice. But yeah, in terms of like actually being a regular in the lineup, Colin Potter is the closest of the 10 we profiled to that.
Give me 1 second. I got to pull this up because Dylan is making a good point about what we're seeing on the broadcast right now. Some of these dudes are going to Disneyland, and we're not even to pick. We don't even have pick 20 yet. Dylan Bollinger was the one who pointed this out. We still haven't got to the pick yet, and guys who got drafted already are in Disneyland.
Wow.
What in the fuck?
They all left.
Yeah.
I don't blame them.
All right.
I thought you were only supposed to go to Disneyland if you won the Super Bowl, though.
Yeah.
Well,
J-Dub says F the Mats.
Well, they've been effed. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. The Braves have been effed this year, too. So it's all right.
Back to the KK thing. I actually thought the future Jordan Stahl type of player before we traded him to Colorado was going to be Jack Drury.
Drury, yeah.
Yeah. I did, too.
He's going to be the only one that actually speaks there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Drury was also kind of redundant. It's like if you ask me who's the better player between the two, I'm still going to say KK is better than Drury overall.
That's a stretch, I would say.
Wow, they do take the wrong goalie, Andrianov.
They took him before Ravensbergen?
Ravensbergen, please make it the 29th.
That's crazy.
Holy shit.
That is crazy. Oh my God.
Crazy. Now, Andrianov, he is one of 3 Russian goalies I didn't have a problem with. But he is I think, 6'1"? I mean, wow. That's on stats alone. I don't know. Again, like I said in our stream last night, goalies can be voodoo. I really don't understand what can really separate them apart. But for what I looked at Ravensbergen, the fact his poise and how quickly he's able to get over a goal is something that usually that frankly a good percentage of NHL goalies don't have that ability. And boy, I like Pyotr Andrianov instead of Ravensbergen. That's a choice. That's a choice and a half right there.
Scouts had him expected to be in the 3rd round.
3rd or second, late second. Yeah, that is very shocking. I mean, hey,
Yeah, his
he
first
could
name's
turn out. He
Piotr,
could turn
that's
out to
probably
be,
why.
he could be another Bobrovsky or, Vasilevsky for all I know. I mean, like any goalie, that's the thing. Any goalie could be a washout or could be a Vezina winner. I really don't
Yeah.
know. Like, so maybe I can't say that. I can't say for sure that he won't be like great, but that's a very, very big reach.
Gosh,
Well,
I'm
hey,
shocked
if
with
they can reach like maybe like a good 40 picks ahead of where he should have gone, if not more, maybe like 50 picks ahead, then we could definitely reach like 7 or 8 picks ahead and draft Mason West.
Wow.
Yeah, because Mason West fills a need for the organization.
Right.
Like
Yeah,
a seriously bad one.
Hold up again. Sorry.
Oh, you're good, buddy.
Good. Yeah, so like, I mean, and that's the thing is like, because I called it that they needed a goalie. And why are we seeing your other dogs there, Sam? Thanks, bud. I just got some feet picks there that we didn't need. But any of that, yeah. So like, yeah, choosing Andrianov as your goaltender in the first round ahead of Ravensburgen. Wow.
Okay, so speaking of Andrianov here, I finally figured out how to work this split screen thing. I just got to make sure not to click on it while
Sure.
while the draft video is playing. That's why I'm keeping it in a separate tab. But I want to look at his numbers, and I'm going to like see
good
what
NHL numbers. See, the thing is, like the NHL is really, it's really a bad league. Like in terms, like it does not compare. Russian junior does not compare to Canadian junior.
Mm-hmm.
Not well. As we saw with like, honestly, like those are good stats for a Russian junior goalie. Like what 942? You think that golly, that's amazing.
Yeah, but in the MHL though,
Kazayev had that stat in juniors, and then he goes to the AHL, and it's clear he needs work. Like what was his? I think his Kazayev in the AHL is like 870 or something like that. He's clear.
Look at his tournament statistics here. His goals against averages 2.76, 2.39, 2.65. 1.83 and that's closer to the 3 than it is to 2.
Yeah. Like, yeah. So those are, I mean, goals against average, like obviously it's not necessarily the best, although, well, I still like it because you can say, okay, how many goals do we need to score to win? It's kind of like what you can say when you're looking at goals against. Mm-hmm. The goals against stat of a goalie. And like save percentage is usually the holy grail, but even that doesn't tell the whole story because it doesn't take into account a quality of chance against.
Plus, Yannick Perretz had a 1,000 save percentage for a long time.
He did, didn't he? Yeah.
That used to piss Griff off so much.
That's funny. Yes, what you want is the goal save above expected. That's the stat that you want to look at. And
that's the best one.
An advanced track. Yeah, goal save above expected. And like Ravensburgen, again, his poise and being able to put a goal behind him and get ready for the next shot is something you hardly ever see in young goalies. Mm-hmm. And you don't even see it. Like you don't see it in Pyotr Kochetkov. You don't see it in you don't see it in Jordan Binnington. You can get in Binnington's head. You can get in Mrazek's head. You can get in, there are a lot of goaltenders that in the NHL that you can still rattle them. So, I don't know. I'm not a goalie scout. I don't know. I've definitely heard Andrianov's name. And I thought he'd be something that the Canes would take a flyer on in a later round. I did not expect him to go in the first round before Ravensburgen.
J-Dub says Ottawa's moving down, so I guess they're trading back.
Yep. Hey, excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. All right. What is national?
See what we got here.
Ottawa trading back. That's fine.
Yeah, they traded in exchange for the 23rd and 67th overall.
Oh, so they just moved back a couple spots.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, like to me, like you don't trade up 2 spots. Trading up 2 spots is kind of dumb, especially if you're giving up another pick to do it. Like, I don't think any draft pick is worth just trading up 2 spots.
Yeah,
Unless
if
you're
I'm Ottawa and someone
absolutely
offers
sure.
that, I'm going to do that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, because
like trading
it's
back 2 spots for an extra pick is nothing.
Yeah, that is nothing.
I mean, I guess maybe if, like, is honestly, obviously, like if Nashville takes the goalie, if they take Ravensburgen, then Ottawa knows that they aren't taking a goalie. So it's a free pick. It's a free player. I mean, we did that last year and got a free Nikita Artumanov. So honestly, like, that's one of the things that I didn't really fully appreciate the value of doing until like a couple of years ago. When the Canes started doing it, and I'm like, okay, why trade back? Like, isn't, pick position is everything? Not exactly. Especially in this is especially a draft where there's a lot of even talent level. And when you trade back, you can get 2 for the price of 1.
Yeah.
Well, at least that was something to talk about for a little bit. Yeah,
Nashville should take Brunswick. If that's how
I hope so. I hope so. Please take another defenseman. And he's like, that would be even a reach for a defenseman there, too.
Speaking of defenseman. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yes. I just heard, from my ESPN feed, they said Barry Trotz is a great hockey man. He's a good coach. He has not been a good GM.
No.
He has not been a good GM.
Maybe he can turn it around because it's only been 1 season, but his first year was a disaster. I mean, who the fuck would sign Brady Shea for $7 million a season? I wouldn't have done that.
Coaching and general manager is a completely different job. It's a completely different skill.
Yeah.
Like, I think maybe this will break them because they keep want to, put like quote unquote hockey guys in the position of general manager when Eric Tulsky is coming there with, background in what was he, a physicist or chemistry or something like that, and showing y'all how.
I think it was chemistry, and he owns a bunch of patents.
Yeah, and he's showing y'all like, no, this is doof, idiot. Okay, yeah, you played in the league for a long time. Let me show you how this is done.
Yeah,
is what he's doing here.
Like I was talking about last night. There's some shit that people have said about Tulsky that really pisses me off, like calling him an autistic, unathletic nerd, and they have accomplished nothing that he has.
Here's what I would say if I was Tulsky. I'd say thank you very much. Thanks for the compliment.
I mean, if that's the consequence of those things, I'll take that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm autistic anyway, but that's not the point.
Cameron Reed.
Yep.
Cameron Reed, another defenseman. Please take him.
Yes, please.
Please take all the defensemen. Some people what was it? One of the dudes, I think it was Sebastian High from Elite Prospects, mocked us taking Cameron Reed at 29th. I'm like, dude, we haven't hid this. We don't draft defensemen in the first round.
Yeah, Dundon said that 5 minutes after he bought the team, and he has stuck to it.
Yeah,
they will trade back before they get a defenseman, and we're pretty deep at that position.
Yeah.
What do you think of Badinka?
I like him.
I got to watch more of him. I like the two-way aspect of his game. I think he leans a little bit more to the offensive side of things. A little small, but really good skater.
Yeah. Oh, wait. No, he's 6'3". I mean, he might need to fill out a little
sorry.
bit, but...
I'm still thinking about when we were talking about Finsori last night. Because Finsori is someone I really like, and I just hate the fact that he's only 5'9", because he would be a mainstay in the NHL if he wasn't.
Finsori is 5'7".
5'7". Oh, that's even worse.
My height. And I remember when we talked about him in our first stream, if he was 5'9", he could be a mainstay in the NHL. He could do it.
That's what we were saying last night. I'm trying to remember everything.
Those extra 2 inches of height makes all the difference. Unfortunately for him, he knows what defending is supposed to be, but he is just too small to do it. He cannot stop. No matter how good his gap control is, he just cannot stop. He cannot stop the attacker from burning him wide. And it was that was shown in his. I'm glad he actually got to see in the NHL, because I did want to at least take a look at it. But that showed it to me. He's like, yeah, sorry, he can't he can't really make it.
He'd have to go to an organization that's not deep at the position at all to be able to stay in the NHL for a little while.
That. Yeah,
if he went somewhere that they had like no fucking defense, he'd be there for a while. Otherwise, no, and that sucks because the kid's a really good player.
What maybe actually, whenever I mentioned it, Tony DeAngelo being the best skater I've ever seen, he's actually up there. Fensori's up there, like with that skating ability. But I was hoping it could cover the rest of his, no pun intended, shortcomings. But it cannot. Unfortunately, it cannot.
600 viewers, guys.
You trade up to get Cameron Reed. I like Cameron Reed. He's someone else that was going to go like late first, early second. What are you giving away a pick for? You don't like. You are just giving away assets for no reason.
Well, if the rest of the NHL wants to fuck up their draft today, I'm good with it. Just as long as
as long as the Hurricanes don't.
Yeah, it's so,
yeah, trading up. Under what circumstances should a team trade up? They should do it if they know. This is maybe where I guess maybe they're just panicking because they can't talk to the GMs that are there because it's decentralized. Yeah. Because you should only really trade up if you know they're going to take your guy, but they're not married to them. They're like, say, hey, can we give you extra pick for this one, and you move a couple spots back? And they're like, yeah, sure, that's fine. And then you take the guy that they were going to take. And you'd only do that if you absolutely are dedicated to that player. And even though the team you're trading with is going to take him, they're not dedicated to him. That's the only situation when you really should trade up. But like Cameron Reed, trading up to draft Cameron Reed is a choice. I don't know.
I really do wonder how the general managers are going to react to this draft, because you did bring up a good point of like, listen, we can't talk to these GMs like we usually can. We're going to be going to freak out mode of trading up, possibly.
Yeah, because I mean, like, I don't know. Again, I'm the most amateur of amateurs, but to me, this seems like there's not been good asset management in this draft by several GMs, particularly Philadelphia and Nashville. Hey, Brandon, you've been in what was it, Capital One Arena?
Mm-hmm.
What's that like? What's that place like?
It's a dump.
It's
well,
is it
okay? That's not fair. It's old. It's an old dump. And the concourses, if you think that they're narrow at Lenovo, they're even more narrow at Washington and Capital One. NBC, like trying to maneuver through there is a nightmare during the intermissions. The fans, for the most part, are pretty cool. You occasionally run into one or two douchebags there. I've had that problem when I went there for my birthday game a couple of years ago. And Desiree will verify everything I'm about to tell you. There was a guy there. We till this day we refer to him as stupid haircut guy. He had the sides of his head shaved, and he had this gigantic curly mop thing going on top. It looks stupid, absolutely fucking juvenile. And the entire game he was like subtly like looking over his shoulder and like taking verbal shots at me, and I just kept ignoring him. And he was like trying to take a selfie of himself and get me in the frame, all this other shit. It was really annoying. Keep in mind, I went to this game with my girlfriend, my friend Jeremy, and our two other friends, Kevin and Courtney, who are Caps fans. So I clearly don't hate them all. So we're there. We're just having a good time, BSing about stuff and all that type of stuff. Everything's fine, except this one fucking guy is getting really pissed off at me for some reason. I hadn't said nothing to this motherfucker all night. When Burns scored the second power play goal, I finally fucking let him have it because Carolina was down 2-0 at the end of the first period, and then they scored 4, and then that was pretty much that. That was the night that Panamara scored his goal. So, yeah, and he got up, and I actually wound up, and I got ready to him, and my friend Kevin grabbed me. He's like, "Okay, buddy, good job. Just let him go," and he ran out, and that was that.
Yeah. Well, folks, the first player on our 10 profiles has been selected. Bill Zonin goes to Pittsburgh at pick 22.
He was ranked Where was Bilzano ranked on your guys'?
Yeah, I had him at around towards the end of the first round, so it's slight reach maybe, but honestly, I like Bilzano. He's a good player. He's very solid. 200-foot game. Yeah, you can look at if you want to check out our stream from last night, you can check out my
Yeah,
my
he's on
notes
there.
him.
Okay.
I had him as second
I
had him as second after Mason West as a player.
We actually talked about him for a while.
Yeah. I
Zonin?
wouldn't have.
Yeah.
I would not have hated the Hurricanes taking him at all. He is very solid. And actually, this is a very good pick by Pittsburgh. I mean, like it might be considered a reach by some, but that's actually an impressive one. Like the Dubas' first pick of what was it?
Kindle guy.
Yeah, Kindle. Yeah, honestly, like Zonin's a better player than Kindle. I think Zonin's a significantly better player than Kindle.
You know, it'd be funny is if they selected that Kindle guy while he was actually reading a Kindle.
Wow. Oh, that's why people were saying that Wright or Beniers were going to Carolina, because Seattle drafted Jake O'Brien, who's a center, and they are just like apparently like stuffed to the gills with centers. So they were saying that maybe Shane Wright would be on the trade block now.
You can never have too many centers.
That's true. That's true. You really can't, because like honestly, Jake O'Brien, he might not stick at center. He might end up as wing.
Yeah.
Like that can happen to a lot of people. Like Jarvis is drafted at center. Nature's drafted at center. I know we could give Jarvis a shot at center. He's decent enough in the circle to do it, and he's defensively responsible enough to do it. Yeah, I still think Jarvis's game is best suited as a winger.
I do too.
Where he'll excel the most.
That and him and Aho's chemistry together is just remarkable.
Really
in the event that Carolina doesn't bring in another right wing, and Jarvis also can play the other side of the ice. If they insist on putting Svechnikov with Aho, put Svechnikov on the right where he will score more.
Y'all know Erin Manning, right? On X.
Oh yeah, Erin's awesome.
Honestly, like even 2 hours ago, she was saying if this gets any worse, I might collapse from secondhand embarrassment and toxic levels of cringe. And
damn, that's bad.
So I am concerned for her safety because that was 2 hours ago.
Yeah, she doesn't say shit like that normally. She's a pretty reserved and nice person. So like if she's saying something like that, something really sucks.
Yeah, this is pretty bad. And someone else, JWBS, Canes fan says, we're watching this draft for 4 hours just to see the Hurricanes trade back. And yep, didn't I tell you? Why did I tell you? Because I told you. Like, yeah, even like, was it Zach Martin is also saying like this universally panned when he got Zach Martin and us agreeing
that's bad.
that this is something else. Nothing like I don't have any ill will towards him, but that we should.
I don't either, but
not to be fair, he did back off on this. But when he first was like, "Oh yeah, Erik Karlsson's a trade target for like,"
I'd rather them bring Burns back than bring in fucking Erik
I'd rather they sign Burns like a 5-year, $5 million deal than do Erik Karlsson.
Yeah, anything but that. Like Burnsy, for all of his faults, at least showed he can kind of transform his game and be a shutdown defenseman, even though he was playing minutes and getting matchups that were a little beyond his years at that point. I would still take that over goddamn Erik Karlsson.
Burns has figured out how to be a really good penalty killer. Like 5-on-5, honestly, his defense isn't really very good still, but at least he figured out how to be a really good penalty. And penalty killing is a different skill than defending 5-on-5.
It's completely different.
Yeah.
So, but Burns, I'll give him a lot of credit for that. He really figured out how to be a very good penalty killer.
And that would still be something.
He didn't really do that before he got here.
All right, we'll get some more comments here while we're waiting on. I shouldn't read this, but I'm going to. Oh, wait, no. I got to go way further back than that. Tony D says the Astros look like a World Series contender, beating the Cubs 7-1 right now. Trade up Tulsky. J-Dub says
For
if
who?
we are going to keep a stall, all defensive line, the other 3 lines have to be top 3 lines. You just can't have more than one line that doesn't score. I agree with that. That the shutdown line needs to be 4th on the chart, and everything. The top 9 needs to be where you get your offense from.
That would
Yes.
make Jankowski our third
Yes.
line center. Are we okay with this?
For right now,
Assuming we
if
trade
there's someone
KK?
for right now, yeah, but we'll see. That's why I'm saying I'd rather just move Jankowski out and have KK be the 3C, Stahl be the 4th, build it around that, and then have someone else for, one of the 2 top 6 centers other than Aho.
I think Jankowski would be a great depth player.
He is.
He is.
It's
He
like
is.
I'm not ready to admit that he's better than Kokaniemi though, because he's not.
Put it this way: that move he did in Game 5, and I think the first period against Florida, that dangle he pulled off that should have resulted in a goal. I've never seen KK do that.
I've seen KK do that plenty. He just loses the puck right before.
Well, yeah, I've seen him try, but Jankowski pulled it off, and it should have been a goal.
Yeah.
Who's this guy?
Why is there a dog on my screen?
What?
What is?
Oh, hi, buddy.
Logan Hensler.
Another defenseman. Oh yeah, it's all
Yes, take all the defensemen, please.
Take all the defensemen, please.
I mean, if I was a
Isn't that right,
celebrity
Sam?
announcer person at the NHL draft, Frank would be there with
Or
me.
goalie. Ravensburg.
J-Dub says Sam just started his foot OF.
What, was my camera on my foot or something?
Twice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
yeah, we saw your other dogs there, Sam. Thank you so much.
J-Dub
Hey,
says Ottawa moving down.
I like to be comfortable in my own apartment.
Ottawa
B
trading
says they
back
must-
again.
No, that was from before. B said,
Okay. Oh yeah. They picked Hensler.
B says they must be targeting someone specific. J-Dub says they are milking this draft. I don't know if this is an event that could be milked. This should have been over by now. This should have been over about 30 minutes ago.
It should have been over 30 minutes ago. Like, this can easily, like the first round, okay, yeah, you make it a nice little event. It should not take longer than 2 hours.
No.
This is ridiculous.
Avery
No
says-
one wants to watch players watching a screen.
Yeah, there's no
That's
point.
the
What are they
worst part.
thinking?
Oh, wow. That was pretty impressive there.
Curvy, we want Mason West at 29th, except for maybe Sam, who wants the goalie, but we want Mason West.
Yeah.
I'd be happy with Mason West or Ravensburg in at this point.
Fair enough.
It's just the fact that they're both still on the board is like kind of getting under my skin because I'm sitting there in my mind. It's like, what if I was
Potter's
at the table?
still there too.
We
And
don't need another small guy though. And
But
we got plenty of guys who are
you're
NHL
right.
ready
We
now.
don't need that, but he is honestly, if we're talking about, quote unquote, best player available, I would say it's Colin Potter right now.
Yeah. No, I'm not arguing with him being the first player available. It's just he's not an organizational need. But he's also really good. So it's like, would you want to leave him on the table and him
There's
possibly?
the tug and pull. Like most people
Yeah.
and most GMs say you draft the best player available. And I understand there's some tension there, but that's usually where people go is best player available.
Tony D says, how are we 3 hours in? What the fuck? Yeah. This needs to get review bombed on the internet really hard because if
It
they
already
do this,
is.
if they do this format next year, I will only go live for the Hurricanes pick, if that.
Good. Yeah, honestly, I kind of wish we did that.
Because
I love getting to know you guys, and I've loved chatting with you. But
we had no idea it was going to be like this. I didn't think
Yeah.
that it being decentralized would drag it out this fucking bad. This is insane.
They didn't even they shouldn't have done the decentralization, but they didn't have to do this. They didn't have to do these
Exactly.
cringy, awkward weirdness of interviewing the player with the screen. It's not like in the the COVID draft, they did this too, where the players were in their own homes. And there was
But
honestly,
that was a lot better, I thought.
that was so much better than this. That was so much more watchable than this because they were surrounded in their home with their family. There was actually a little charm to that. This is just strange.
But yeah, Brandon, I can never unsee now that room where the players enter into all the screens that Star Wars singer. Thank you.
Yeah. That's what I feel like it is at this point. J-Dub says the 2C thing bothers me so much. I've been called out by Canes fans on YouTube comments, but I am sick of it. Something does have to be done about it. Even me being a Kotkaniemi advocate, I know that he shouldn't be any higher on the depth chart than number 3. So that's something that does have to be improved. If he were still to be a Hurricane.
Waiting for the deadline, the trade deadline of this next season before we address that. For like what you mentioned, like to see Buffalo tank first and then make Tage Thompson or someone like that, someone more premium available. And I can see that. I understand, but I'm not patient in that regard. Like for our second C needs, I am not patient. With our draft picks, I'm patient, but with trading, I am not. Like I'm of the opinion that if you can you pull the trigger as absolutely as soon as you can.
Not to mention it's like
something like that.
Not to mention, I think it would be good for KK to get himself to get a fresh start.
He's got to go somewhere else. Like he needs
because he got scratched in the playoffs. That normally spells the end for just about anybody unless they're like a 13th quarter or 7th defenseman.
And I don't know if y'all hear, like Brendan Moore called him out also like in an interview like a week ago.
Yes, he did.
999. He's like, the offense has to be there and it's not there. And he was somewhat tactful about it, but he did specifically say to call him out for improvement. And he doesn't do that very often. Even as tactfully as he did it, it's still unusual for him.
I thought he did during the press conference with Tulsi.
Even then, though, I have a little bit of a problem with that, considering how vehemently Brendan Moore has defended Burns. But it seems like KK, the moment he fucks up, he gets demoted. So I take a little bit of an issue with that.
I will agree. I think there's some favoritism with Brendan Moore.
Completely it's like Burns fucks up and Brendan Moore goes to bat for him in interviews. KK fucks up and everybody's like take him out back and beat him or something. I mean, good luck. KK's a big dude, and we saw what he did to Alexei Torpachenko. So
that was good. That was his best moment as a Hurricane. I'll say that.
Yeah,
and then he also actually what his also best moment was he absolutely pow right in the kisser to Darlene. Remember that?
Oh, that was a good one too. Oh, and he the one of the games I was at last year, or this past season, he fought Dylan Cousins like on the opening face-off.
Yeah, I do remember that too. He's got the physicality. He always has.
Trade. Ooh.
Here we go. We getting Philip Deneau? Philip Deneau to Carolina? Yeah? No. I wouldn't mind him. He could be a good second-line center.
Pittsburgh?
Oh, they traded the pick to Pittsburgh for... Oh, trading back. Okay.
Got all excited for nothing again, all them people there.
Is this how many picks Pittsburgh made now? Is this their 4th?
I know it's a lot. I bet they pick Ravensburg.
Yeah, they need a goalie too, frankly. Jari is not the guy.
He ain't it.
No.
Yep, they're hearing that.
Although Nedeljkovic played pretty good.
Nedeljkovic had the most embarrassing own goal I've ever seen.
That was one guy I was not one bit upset when the Canes got rid of him. That was one of the best weeks of my hockey fandom. Jake Bean and Alex Nedeljkovic gone like basically at the same time. That made me happy.
I hated the return of Nedeljkovic.
Yeah,
well, I the third rounder. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I forgot who we took with that pick, but we offered Nedeljkovic to stay. It's like, look, you can play in front of like the best defense in the league, and we're still a raise. But he chased the money and then went to a team where he got hung out to dry, and his career is tanked because of it. So it's his own fault. He chased the dollars instead of the wins.
Still think we could have gotten more than just Jonathan Bernier.
You got a third round pick out of it, too.
And a third round pick. But
Yeah.
Thayer Kreff says it's going to be 1 a.m. before we figure out we traded back. All this for nothing. Yeah. But the stream has been awesome, though, and thank you guys. You guys have made it. You guys have made this a lot more bearable, because if I was just sitting here watching this on my own, I would have been asleep already. Like, this is bullshit. The way that they formatted this.
We'd have turned this off long ago.
If they do this shit next year, I will not go live until the Hurricanes pick.
Yep, that's good.
Yeah, because like I've enjoyed this, but this was not the time commitment I was fucking expecting. Like look at my fucking dog over here. He's like, oh, you can't see him, Mike. He's just laying over there like fucking giving up on life because of how bad this shit is.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, even Frank.
Well, thank y'all for indulging me during this whole time.
Oh no, this has been.
Yeah, I mean, so far, this has been fun. The product that they've tried to sell us tonight has been bullshit. But I still say it's good that so far 9 out of 10. Really, with Simon Wong, honestly, I did not want him to be spent a first round pick on him. So 8 out of the 9 players that I would be comfortable drafting in the first round are still available. And now my ESPN stream decided to cut out. Okay, now it's back.
Several people asked, do the Canes draft a C at pick 29? If it's not Mason West, if it's Joshua Ravensbergen or Milton Gastrin, I would be okay with all those. But it's looking more and more like it's going to be Colin Potter.
William Horkoff.
Could be Horkoff. I think he's...
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he was one of those players.
I think he's a second rounder more than a first round pick. But yeah, I put him on the list initially as players that I wouldn't hate having.
J-Dub says the poor Kings fan waited all that time just to take their trade their pick back. Oh, I'm not going to make fun of them for that, though.
You can't. Bruh, you can frame that for the version of like Kane's pictures that precede unfortunate events. We should have our own version of that.
Yeah, no shit. Chance says Sean Walker looking more and more tradable by the minute.
No, I love Sean Walker.
This guy. This is his thing. Every time he comes in here when the stream starts, he's like, trade Sean Walker for, and then it's a different reason why at the end of the sentence.
So it's just a running joke.
It's kind of like my Brady Shea thing.
Yes.
Okay.
It's essentially like that. Now, for all I know, he actually does hate Sean Walker and has voodoo dolls of him that he, conveniently activated during the playoffs. I don't know.
If that's true, I'll never forgive you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that series might have lasted a little bit longer if Sean Walker was there. Him and Chatfield both.
Walker was so good in the playoffs.
He was having a great playoffs. And honestly, he proved that he can be Slavin's partner full time.
Yeah. I've been calling for that all season.
I think he could too.
I mean, and we, the Canes can dump
there
all
goes
their money
your guy,
into their
Sam.
forwards. Yep.
Yeah,
Horkov. Again, I think it's early for Horkov. I really do. I think that, I thought 29th would have been early for Horkov, and they have him at 24th. Okay. Bill Zahn and I like. The other 2 picks I think are questionable for Pittsburgh.
J-Dub says, please hit the like for them enduring this torture for us. We appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. Dylan Bollinger says, the stage looks good. That's it. Smokey says, all drafts go this late. The NBA draft 2 days ago ended after midnight. I disagree with that because last season I did a stream during the NHL draft, and the total thing was...
We were done by now. We were done, yeah.
The total stream with me getting on a little bit early and staying on for a little while after it was over was just about 4 hours. I'm at 3 hours, 24 minutes, and 23 seconds, and I jumped on right before the first pick was made this time. Last time I was on about 30 minutes in advance, and I was on for a couple hours after it was over because
I remember
there were hundreds of people in the chat, and I was responding to all kinds of stuff. Back to the fucking Emperor's room to
the Emperor's room.
Go to the fucking talk to the hologram. Okay, here's
Talking
something good
about
for
this, we're in
context.
this, like, what is like bidding?
Tony D says, I just want to say that the Astro game started at 8:10. This is a baseball game, Mike, and is about to end, and we aren't at pick 29 yet. Even in the pitch clock era, that is not fucking good.
Oh my goodness!
At least we're having a good
Thank you,
laugh
Tony.
about
Thank
it.
you, Tony. D. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
we've had some damn good humor out of this.
I seriously thought Pittsburgh was going to draft Ravensburg.
They probably should have. At this rate, Ravensburg, it might not even. He might drop out of the first round.
I don't know. Chicago, do they need a goalie?
Yes,
Chicago needs an everything.
they need an everything. Honestly, even like with like you said, Bedard. I guess he is a first line center, but he's not the most complete center.
I don't
Like,
think Bedard
they
is what
need-
they thought he was going to be. I never have.
He is pure offense, which is fine.
Yeah.
I mean, great. Like you said, like we could use one of those maybe. But
Yes.
I wouldn't build the
He is
team
not-
around one though.
yeah. You got he can't do it himself. Like he has got to have the right supporting cast. He is not a McDavid or not.
No.
He's not a McKenna, and he's not like he is.
He's
you
not
have
even a
to cover for him.
Celebrini.
No, he's not. There's a Celebrini. He's a more complete player.
I'm gonna piss some people off, but like I don't think he's better than Aho, and I don't think he ever will be. He might put up more points than him, but it's not going to be that
He's
much.
like again, like someone like who's still good but overrated.
Yeah, that's how I feel about Bedard.
Jack Hughes, like still good but definitely overrated.
Yeah, well, if
Yeah,
I have
I
my
agree
way,
with
he
Jack
will be
Hughes.
in China.
Yeah, we don't need him on our Olympic roster. He's a bum.
Oh my God, he got
Really?
knocked over by like every time
He-
somebody turned the air conditioner up in there, he fucking
Yeah.
fell over. During
So cool to see
coordinations.
his dad right there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is pretty cool. And with all these kids that are getting drafted that are like, sons of former NHL players, do you know how many times I've almost accidentally called Sean Walker Scott Walker? I know they're not related.
I do that all the time.
But
Yeah,
it's such a
yeah.
habit. It's going to be the same
Yeah.
thing with this. I'm gonna want to call this guy Sean Horkoff all the time. Like,
Mhm. Who else? I mean, like Mason
Josh
McTavish.
Doan.
He's Craig McTavish's son. Josh Doan is another one. Yeah.
yeah. I'm gonna want to say
Obviously,
Shane
the
Doan.
Kachuk sons. I mean, I remember when
Yeah.
Keith was playing. I was watching
Yeah.
when Keith was playing, and it's just, yeah. How the years go by. Golly, I'm old.
The one mistake I didn't make was almost
Chicago.
calling Skylar Rod.
Well,
That's an easy one
his name
to
is-
not
to
do.
be fair, his name
Chicago
is
does have
Skylar.
night. I forgot about
Yeah.
that.
It's very different
Skylar-
than Rod.
is a girl's.
Yeah. Well, he spelled it with an E though. The way I understand it,
you'll-
it's spelled
you'll
with
like
an E.
this.
It's a boy's name. It's spelled with an A. It's a girl's name. The way I understand.
I'm sorry. No, that is cope. That is pure cope.
I see.
It's
I don't
the
know anything
same
about
sounding
it.
name.
So,
Yeah, goalie.
It's like, taking
even
the-
even
it's
my
like taking
even my
the
dog
E
has,
out and putting a
even
Go
my
ahead,
dog
go
has a
ahead.
normal name. It's just Frank. There's nothing to be confused about. That's how simple of a person I am. I mean, he came with that name, and I thought about changing it, but I looked at him and I'm like, yeah, you look like a Frank. We'll keep
On that note, you'll like this. A few years back, series against Boston. I'm at game 2 on home ice. This is the game where Aranta got hurt because who was it that ran him? Somebody, I forget. Was it Marchand? Actually, maybe, I don't know.
No, I think it was Pasternak actually.
Oh yeah,
Because
Pasternak ran him. That's right.
Yeah, because people were like, "Did he do that on purpose?" And I'm like, "I didn't think he did at the time."
Yeah,
But
I don't know.
It
looked
might have
bad to
been one of
me.
those accidentally on purpose type of situations. It wasn't nearly as
Right,
bad
like,
as the
that was-
Timo Meyer thing.
That was the Bennett special right there, kind of, the
Yeah.
accidentally on purpose. But anyway, so I remember I'm sitting in the nosebleeds, right? Absolutely, because it's a playoffs game and that's all I can afford. But there's this group of like high school kids in front of me, and they're chirping. No one can hear them. I don't know why they're doing this, but they're chirping Boston, right? And it's great. And one of them yells at to the Patrice Bergeron. He says, "Your mom named you Patrice." And I like without missing a beat, I go, "That's a girl's name." It's perfect. And because it is. It's short for Patricia.
All right. Chicago's about to make their 25th
All right,
overall
Chicago.
pick.
What are you doing?
They have Spencer
Vaclav
Knight, so I don't know.
That's right. They did get him. Nastrashel is another solid. He's not at center, but he's a pretty good power forward.
Is he related to?
No, he is not.
Okay.
I know you're thinking of Andre Nastrashel, and no, he's not.
Yeah, no, him and I actually talked about that on the first
it was
prospect
mentioned,
preview we did, because I saw that name. I'm like, is he related to Andre Nestrasil? Because I remember there was some controversy about how his name was actually pronounced, because John and Tripp pronounced it Nestrasil at first, and then they changed it to Nestrasil, then back to Nestrasil. They did the same thing with Andre Sekera, but he changed his pronunciation apparently on how well he was playing.
Reminds me of remember that because we played against him, and you remember Montreal's goalie Cristobal Huet?
Yeah,
Cristobal Huet. Yeah, he was whipping our ass.
He'd switch back between Hewitt and Huet every other Tuesday.
Alex Chason did the same thing depending on where he was playing at. He would pronounce it if he was in a French area of Canada, he would have it pronounced Chiasson, but if he was anywhere else, he would have it pronounced Chason, just like the late Steve Chason.
Hey Matthew, question.
Shoot.
So there's one goalie that we have that I'm intrigued on what you think. Kaziev.
So he's very, very raw. He's got a good foundation to build on, but he has some things that were exposed when he came to North America. He's got some mechanical issues that are fixable, but he's got to fix them in order to stay in professional hockey in North America. He is doing some things wrong that are causing leaks. He's sprigging leaks. But he's like extremely, like, he's got the stats, he's got the athleticism, he's got the height. So he's got a great foundation to build on. He has to be willing to commit to plug in the holes, both literally and figuratively. So yeah, he could be an NHL goalie. I still think he's got pretty good potential.
Another way you can tell that this has ran over time. Look at the bottom of the screen there. PFL World Tournament semifinals now on ESPNU and ESPN Plus. There was something in this time slot, and this has gone over.
There was.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. But yeah, back to Vaclav Nastrashel there. He's someone else I wouldn't have minded the Hurricanes having. Again, he was looking like more like a second round guy to me, but he's a good physical forward. He's a winger. He's not a center. But pretty strong, pretty powerful, likes to hit, decent production too. Solid pick there. I like it.
What do you think of Milton Gastrin?
Right?
Yeah.
We talked about him a lot too.
He was
my third
one. He was in our first stream profile. Solid, very, very solid two-way center. He'll probably be a third line center. Very, very projectable. You could almost pencil him in he will be a third line center in the NHL. Like that, I can almost guarantee that will be his role. He will have a career as a third line center. And that's probably etched in stone, I would say. It's probably not going to he probably won't go up or down from that. So I liked, and the from what I can tell, the Hurricanes draft philosophy has been just about, they don't like to make the safe pick. They like to make the upside pick.
Makes sense, though.
And yeah, so they try to draft a top 6 forward in round 7. And that's, again, the chances that he becomes a top 6 forward are probably about 3%. But if he does, but the chances that any 7th round pick becomes an NHL player is 5%, 7% at best. So
yeah,
might as well go for the most upside you can and bet on the skill and bet on the production. And if it works out, then you just got yourself at a 7th round pick. You pick someone who's going to have, a $5 million plus contract. And we may have actually done that, by the way, in a Russian named Andrei Krutov. If you don't know him, you should check this guy out. Check out this kid. You want to pull him up on Elite Prospects there, Brendan?
Yeah.
Andrei Krutov. He plays in the same organization and team as Artemonov. Oh, yeah, I hear. Yeah, the pick is in early. Finally, some
here. Let me get
some
this
small relief.
All right,
So Riker Lee.
Riker Lee. Again, another player that. Well, he's not on our list. He's not on our list of 10. So
the odds are getting really good that we might get better. What we want.
At least getting something that we want, something that we'd be happy with. If they make that, they're probably going to trade back. But if they trade back, they might get 2 of the 10. So that could be even better. Again, it'll make this stream even like it'll be a perfect ending to this night. But
I hope they don't trade back. With
after all this,
going.
I want them to pick a fucking player after sitting through this.
Gentlemen, we have to put our own pain, offer it up as penance for the benefit of the organization.
Well, you know what would really benefit the organization?
Mason West.
The most beneficial thing the organization can do is draft Mason West.
That's true. Yes, you're right. But they could draft Mason West and someone else on our team, on our list if they trade back.
That is true.
You can have the Mason West or the mystery box.
We'll take the mystery box. It could be anything, even a Mason West.
You know how much we wanted. It could be even Mason West. You know how much we wanted him? We'll take the
box. Oh, that's back when Family Guy was actually funny.
That's when it was funny. Yeah, I remember. I remember those days.
And we love shows like that too, because me and my girlfriend were watching Squidbillies again the other day with the old voice actor, and we were just having a good time. It is the most fucked up show I think I've ever seen. It's more fucked up than South Park.
That's the thing. It's like South Park. Yeah, it is pretty irreverent, but they still land. Their jokes still land. And they go.
I can only watch so much of South Park.
I get brain rot from it. I'll watch a few episodes of it. I'm like, all right, I can put this down. My girlfriend really loves that show. That's why our Chihuahua is named Butters.
Like the shows that they put out during COVID, to just like to put that nonsense in its place will always have a special place in my heart.
I think my favorite one was, or my favorite recent one was where like Cartman accidentally gets like. He goes through like a multiverse and he accidentally gets merged with Kathleen Kennedy or something.
Yep, that was a great one.
Like this show is fucking hilarious.
Yep, I did see that. Yes, classic. Like I see, they still find ways to make it land. So I got to give them credit for that.
Yeah, I mean the world is giving them plenty of material right now.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, the Meghan Markle one where they're like all up in everybody's face. Respect my privacy.
Respect my privacy. We are scraping the barrel here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, like we've already talked about baseball, South Park, Family Guy, Star Wars. Like this is not our fault. This is the NHL's fault.
Blame them. Yes, this is not on us.
See, I also wonder how much ESPN had to do with this format since they own the broadcasting rights to the.
Like, I'm pretty sure, like you can see it in the broadcast. You can see it in their eyes too. They are done. They're absolutely done with this. Like you got it. Like no one is happy with this. The player, everyone in that building is done. Like the players left. They left. The players who were drafted like 2 hours ago have already left.
See, going to the draft is something that used to be like. Something people that like really hardcore hockey fans had on the bucket list. If it was going to be like this, I don't want to fucking go to it.
No. Be awful. Like, yeah, I'd like, what was it? There was a draft in the Canes barn, right? I guess that was before. It was definitely before it was Lenovo.
That was actually the one where I think if
Ovechkin
got drafted or Ovechkin got drafted.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, you see, that's the kind of thing where I would like the All-Star game back when it was, semi-watchable.
I'd rather than just do away with that and keep doing like a Four Nation style thing.
Yes,
for that.
Yep.
I would too.
And if you want to break away from the other major sports, that's a good way to do it. Hey, we don't have an All-Star game. We have an in-season tournament that actually is not a bullshit little thing like what the NBA has. It's actually a legitimate it's
a mini Olympics.
Yeah, and people, like people were saying that. I remember, and y'all may remember me saying this. I told everybody that said that it was going to be a pillow fight that they were dead wrong. I'm like, no. First shift, these guys are going to try to fucking kill each other for a multitude of reasons. One, this is a unique trophy that may never get awarded again. Two, they're playing for their countries. And three, they're auditioning for the Olympics. This will be anything but a fucking pillow fight. And we had some of the greatest hockey games that have been played this century.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And we also learned that if we didn't know already, which you and everyone here knew, but we also, everyone else learned that Jacob Slavin is the best defenseman in the league and that Noah Hannafin and Anna Fox are bums.
Oh, but there's still people beating the Gustav Forsling.
Lakovic, honestly, he is dropped. That's a drop from I had him pegged as like top 15. So going to Washington. Yeah, that's a good pick. Lakovic is solid. Very solid pick up there. That is at least 10 picks later than he should have gone. So well done, Washington. Very annoying.
That's an on-brand pick for them then.
Yep.
They love players like that.
Yeah, McMichael, Brian Leonard.
Yeah,
they got the big, like
they're
they're
the most
set up
annoying
pretty
team in the
decently.
world.
They really are. Honestly, their team will improve when Ovi is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
will be sucking up $9.5 million and barely moving.
We victimized him a bunch.
Yeah.
We victimized him a bunch. He can't play 5-on-5 anymore, like at all.
No. And that was one of the things that I told people. I'm like, if Tom Wilson isn't in that lineup, the intimidation factor kind of gets away from the Caps at that point. They're not like Florida, where it's like, oh, Sam Bennett got hurt, but you still got to deal with Matthew Tkachuk. Oh, Tkachuk got hurt, but you still have Anton Lundell and Brad Marchand. And the list goes on. And Nico.
I gotta admit, Seth Jones proved me wrong. I thought he was washed out. He played phenomenally well.
Once he got
to change the scenery, he was fine. I knew he would be. I knew he was going to play better once he got out of Chicago, because one of the things that told me that Seth Jones was just done with that, before Chicago traded Patrick Kane, you can find this somewhere. There's a point where they're on the power play and Seth Jones, instead of him really walking the line, he's hanging halfway back from it. And he's out of the zone when Patrick Kane goes to pass it to him, and he's says, 3 or 4 feet back.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? No, actually, he said, "Where the fuck are you going?"
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
I was like, Seth Jones is done with that.
You can, in front of God and everyone, you can hear it as clear as day.
Clear as day. Where the fuck are you going?
And that is classic. Almost like I think it was in Carlson, Eric Carlson, when he was in San Jose, also had a moment like that where I said, I think you got to be fucking kidding me.
Yeah.
And where everyone could hear him. And classic. And of course, if you can read lips, you can see plenty of that.
See, my favorite hot mic was Tony DeAngelo in the playoffs against the Rangers a few years ago, in 2022. Ray Ferraro started to say something, and then you hear Tony DeAngelo go, "I will fucking destroy you." I don't know who he was talking to, but clear as day, you knew it was him. And then Ray Ferraro goes, "DeAngelo's over there having a one-way conversation with the entire Rangers bench."
He did that again too last year, didn't he? Somebody.
No, it was the year before last when he was yelling at Adam Pelech, telling him that he was a fucking bitch.
Yeah,
he told him he was a fucking bitch.
Yeah, he did.
Go polish that bowling ball during intermission, you little bitch, or whatever it was he said to him.
Something like that. He's a good chirper. I'll give him that.
He is.
He's got that. That's an art. You see, what did they, I mean, Jarvis put it perfectly. Is Slavin's the most annoying player to play against because he'll strip you clean and then he won't even chirp you after. He doesn't even have
he just smiles at you.
He just smiles at you and walks away with the puck. He's like, "Bye, puck now. Thanks very much." And that's the thing. He did that to Jarvis. I don't know if he's when Jarvis had that chance in the Four Nations. I think he got right into the dead slot and then Slavin out of nowhere threw himself in front of it and blocked it. And
I've got that clipped. I haven't posted it yet.
That was perfect. That was Chef's kiss. Beautiful.
And I guarantee you, Jarvis went back to the bench and he's losing his fucking mind over it. And Slavin's just like,
yeah, that's.
I've never seen such a level-headed player in my life as Jacob Slavin is. He is as calm as they come.
I'm sorry, he is the best defense. And you know what? I would not trade him for anybody.
No, I wouldn't
Nobody.
either. Because he is the best at what he does. I don't care what the Gustav Forsling weirdos
Mm-hmm.
that started watching hockey 2 years ago say. Like, no.
No, I'm not
And,
trading.
people are still upset that
him for anybody. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
people are still upset that the Canes let Gustav Forsling go, but there was no indication he was going to turn into what he turned into.
There wasn't.
None.
I mean, yeah.
No, there wasn't.
And I don't have
We had
anything
no way to
against
know
the guy. And yeah, it's a shame. It's unfortunate that we let him go the way he did.
Roger McQueen made it.
Sorry. I was going to say same thing with Luosterainen. Like, he has turned into a phenomenal player too.
Yes.
And
we
got Trojan. Yeah, he shows up at the playoffs like something fierce. He's a freaking animal out there in the playoffs. Like, I want him back. Like, he could play second line center for us.
I like the Trocheck trade, but I will admit, trading a guy like Luosterainen, I was like, this guy has potential.
Yeah.
I
just wrote on X, Roger McQueen made it to Disneyland before the Canes picked 29th.
Yep.
If
we have one more pick.
I'd be crying. All right, who we got here? Jets on the clock. Do something. Okay. All right, let's make a wager here. Are the Canes actually picking or trading back? What do you got?
I think if they were going to trade back, they would have done it by now.
Nah, everyone else has been doing it. Has been waiting until they're on the clock.
Yeah, but that was a lot earlier in the draft, though. There was a lot more time.
I cannot pronounce that name.
Think about it.
Oh my gosh, Boumediene.
Boumediene, another defenseman. Sasha Boumediene.
All these defensemen off the board. I think like the Canes are going to pick because it's the first round, and they can get a forward.
Pick Ravensburg, please.
They're gonna take Potter. You watch. They're gonna take Potter. Like it's so on brand, and we just prepare ourselves. Don't get upset.
I'd be so pissed if we trade.
Colin Potter is a very good player. I think we picked 2, and I think we picked Colin Potter. He's a very, very good, very skilled player. Yes, he's not the biggest organizational need, but he's definitely. I said it on our stream. He's the closest to NHL ready.
I'm going to do something Tony said not to do because I just have to know how bad it is.
Like, I remember back in 2020.
What the fuck? 11-0? Are you fucking kidding me?
I wanted us to draft Askarov so bad.
I did too. And you know what? You know who else I wanted in that draft was Lundell. And
Lundell looked good too.
And I mean, I can't be upset with Jarvis, even though Lundell went right before him.
No.
Like, honestly, would you trade Jarvis for Lundell?
No.
I don't think I would. Even though Lundell is very, very solid. Like, if Milton Gastrin pans out and does everything he possibly could be, he would be a very similar player to Anton Lundell.
Please. All right, we'll get some comments while we got a second here. Are we hoping Ruslan improves a lot in his first full season in Chicago? Sure. But I would rather just get Ravensburg and be done with it. But then again, it's like everyone that we wanted is available. So now I'm wondering what's going to happen. So most of our targets are still available. If both West and Ravens available, which one? West, by far.
Yeah.
Tony, I already made that mistake.
West. Vegas, Circuit Potter, Mason West trade back. You see, we trade back, we can probably get 2 of them.
You put your phone down.
We can probably get 2 of them.
I'm talking to my roommate. I'm talking to my roommate here.
That's fine.
He keeps. My roommate looks at his phone. He sees the pick before they actually pick.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to know.
He is, and you can look at. I could look at it on NHL, and it would have it there too before that's announced. But I won't.
J-Dub says, no matter what happens, I appreciate all y'all motherfuckers, and
indeed.
we appreciate
and I think
you too,
after this, I will turn in.
Yeah, I am.
I'm gonna walk my dog, and that's gonna be it for me tonight. If they do this format next year, we will approach this differently.
Yeah, I just think we draft a Finnish guy.
There are no good Finns in this draft. Not really. Like the top Finn in this draft is like a 3rd round pick at best.
Well, that Boumediene guy was Finnish, so that's.
I thought he was French Canadian.
Oh, Finnish.
He is really okay.
Yeah, he's from Oulu.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. I stand corrected. Thought he was French Canadian for whatever reason. There's a French Canadian goalie that plays in the queue in this draft. He's 6'8". He's projected to go around round 6 or something like that. But
if my roommate spoils me, you might see some violence.
All right, it all comes down to this. I mean, there have been some reaches, so who knows? Maybe they do take West, but I am prepared for Cullen Potter. And he will be a good player. I can't emphasize that enough. Cullen Potter will be a very good player. Yeah, Carolina pick us up commercial. Yeah, of course. That's
yeah. I knew that was coming. But we've been through this whole picking 29th thing several times
Y'all,
in the last few years.
If the pick is in a couple seconds before we do, don't spoil it, please.
Yeah, please don't say anything in the comments.
Yeah, don't say anything.
Announce that we
We've
know.
been here long enough. Don't ruin the moment.
Don't spoil it now. This would be like you walking out of the movie theater and yelling Han Solo dies. Because I actually saw somebody do that.
Funny story. There was a theater where that problem's putting on that movie, and the first thing literally that they saw was Han Solo dying.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Of course it does. Of course it wraps up after this. Thanks so much.
This is the longest commercial ever.
Rodney Dangerfield of the NHL. That's us. I get no respect.
Frank, this is bullshit.
Ooh, it's 11 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock. My goodness. Well, I have enjoyed our time together, gentlemen. I appreciate you having me on here, and Sam, I'd love to be a guest occasionally on your podcast. My schedule permitting, of course. I do have wife and kids that I obviously have to take priority.
Yeah,
they were nice enough to give me this time here tonight. But it has been real, and I've really enjoyed this. I'm glad we were able to fill up the time. And I'm glad we could keep our audience entertained because ESPN certainly wasn't going to do it.
Oh, there we are. Tolsky.
Okay.
I see Williams.
I'm a little bit behind you. Because I'm not back from the commercial yet.
Yeah, I still hear the commercial playing in my...
All right. I'll keep my mouth shut.
Trying to get a read on you, Sam. What do you got? You got pursing your lips over there. Okay, yeah. Nah, you are a closed book.
There's Rod, Justin Williams, Darren York. Whole gang's there.
I'm covering my face so you don't read anything.
Oh, and now you put the thing about Sam Bennett's extension on here while... Fuck you, ESPN.
Oh, boy. Again, ain't getting no
Disney
respect.
fail upwards ass fucking culture.
Fail upwards.
Sam, I don't want us to trade our pick.
After this shit, absolutely not.
It's probably wouldn't be bad for the organization. We'd get 2 of our players on our list.
That is true. And we'd only have to wait until tomorrow. And what's waiting compared to what we've already done?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I've got things to do tomorrow. I may not be able to pay attention the entire time. The second round, I'll say this honestly, that like the subsequent rounds tomorrow are so much. If you watch the I think it's NHL Network that'll stream it. It is so much like you can breathe because they make their picks and move on.
Yeah,
none of this spectacle nonsense.
Yeah, and this is spectacle done incorrectly compared to what we saw last year.
This is how not to do it. Oh, look at that! You heard it. We don't draft defensemen. Drafting a Russian forward. Oh, if it's Russian, Zhuravsky or Prokhorov? Or maybe Rabkin. Who's that speaking? Is that Kaplan or somebody? I don't know.
Okay.
Here we go. Come on.
I'm very nervous they're
Thank you,
trading this pick.
Weeksy.
I'm very nervous that they're going to trade this pick.
Like I said, if we do that, then we can get 2 players on our list instead of 1.
I am
Because I don't think
becoming a
any
team player.
I think all of the 10 players on our list, I doubt we'll see them again in our next pick. I doubt any of them will table that long because we don't pick again until 3rd round unless we trade back.
That's the
my
whole thing. That's
concern.
part of the reason why I think they should just go ahead and pick a player now because they don't have a 2nd round pick unless they trade this one to get 1.
If they do, they could probably get 2 of
Exactly.
them, though. They could probably get 2 in the 2nd round. if
That's
they trade
true.
this pick.
Yeah, they can trade the 1st rounder and get 2 picks in the 2nd round.
They did that last year and got Badinka and Artemonov. So it worked. I mean,
it did work out pretty well in that regard because both those guys have the potential to really make the team and be good. Especially Artemonov. That kid's nasty.
he's going to be a solid player.
Yeah, that scouting video on him was really good. I've actually watched it twice because I'm trying to kind of learn how to do my breakdowns, make them better based on scouting because of how good his are.
Yeah, he's very good. He's got very high quality content. Sam,
What in the fuck is taking so long?
He's there.
All right, here, I'm going to turn the sound on for a second just so I can hear it.
Okay, I see on the clock. I see 000. Trade alert! Trade alert! Did you see that? Chicago's on the clock. There
I
it
haven't
is,
seen
folks.
it yet.
I just saw it's on the. I see it on the ESPN. I'm watching it right now. Sorry to spoil a little bit. We have traded the pick to Chicago. Didn't I tell you? Because I told you. What are we trading back to? See, if we trade back and we're still in the 1st round, actually, we might have done that because I think Chicago picked 31st, right?
Yeah.
So we might have traded back to 31.
34.
It's 34. Is that
34 and 63, I believe he said.
All right. Honestly,
34 and 60 or something. And a 5th round pick in 2027.
2 2nd rounders. Those 3 picks.
All right, guys. If you guys want to bail, go ahead. But I want to see who else comes out of the 1st round since I've been here this long so I can see who's still available tomorrow. So Tony D says 34, 62, and a 2027 5th. Okay. I'm going to see who else comes out of the 1st round.
That is brilliant asset management. You can't.
Yeah, I can't blame them. I can't blame them for that type of trade.
You can't. Yeah. So golly, it took 4.5 hours for us to get to this point, but we turned 1 player into 3, 2 of which are probably going to honestly, they'll probably get 2 players out of our list of 10 with this trade.
Billy's
back.
the only one that came off of it.
Right.
Heck, we could probably still get Ravensburg maybe.
34, 62, and this increases, like I told you, Brendan, this increases our likelihood of drafting Mason West.
That's a good thing then. Maybe this might be worth the wait then.
You'll have to wait until tomorrow now, but to see what we actually
it starts at noon tomorrow, right?
I believe so. 11 a.m. maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, shit, I'll be on the ice then.
Yep. 2 2nd rounds and a pick in the so we get 3 players for our 29th. When I mentioned in our first stream in this draft that players really 10 through 70 are all at a very, very similar level of talent. So this is brilliant asset management. I know it's anticlimactic, but this is a good job by the organization. And it, like I said, it increases the likelihood that we get our boy, Brandon. So on that note, I will leave you both. But that's still, again, that kind of excites me as a draft nerd. But even though I know that's it's definitely not what everyone here was really, or like a lot of the fans were hoping for. But this is how we build success in this franchise. This is a pattern now. We do this a lot with the late first round pick. Picking Nadeau was the outlier. This is obviously the pattern of our organization. We're going to be good in the playoffs and probably pick and have our late first round pick and turn it into 3 other picks. That's what this organization does. And that with our ability to go gem mining in the later rounds, that will keep this team competitive for a long, long time.
What do you
I
think
do
of
like the idea of
What do you think of the Doe selection, Matt?
I mean,
Matthew?
yeah, so that was a draft where I don't think no one traded in the first round at all. And that was 2024.
No one did.
Mason West.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No.
Are you fucking serious?
No.
You have got to be fucking kidding me.
No.
Son of a bitch. God damn it.
Oh, that sucks. Okay, forget everything I just said. Never mind. That was all nonsense. Oh, wow.
It's kind of like when I made the deport Miko ranting into China post, and then he got a hat trick against Dallas and won the series.
Well, don't we look like idiots then, Brandon?
Yeah, we both have one of those now, so don't feel bad.
My guy is still alive.
That's true. That's true. He is. And like I said, and here's the thing. The organization has obviously judged it better to trade Mason West for 2 other players on the list. And so that, again, it's not what I'd have done, but I'll trust Aaron York. He hasn't, he's had a really good track record here. I know we're going to get some good players. And it is still true that this is how you maintain competitiveness in an organization for a long time. That being the case, oh man, we traded the pick. That was Mason West. Oh, that hurts.
That really hurts.
That hurts. I can't listen to it. I can't listen to it, Gary. I don't want.
I haven't been this disappointed since the end of the playoffs.
Well, yeah. So again, I had prepared myself for us not to get him, but to not get him like this is kind of like twisting the knife. Ugh, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Oh well, we'll see what other moves get made.
Ravensburg.
Yeah, we could still get Ravensburg or Potter or Prokhorov or Girard. I mean, there's still there are good players on our list that are still available. But oof, Maron, that's painful. But I got to turn in, guys. It was real. Thanks for having me on this stream. Thank y'all so much. I can't wait to do it again. Good night.
Nice meeting you, Matt.
You as well,
yeah.
Sam.
It's been regardless of how that went. And one day we'll look back on this and laugh. That's going to be several years from now, probably.
Oh yeah.
But
yeah.
This was fun.
Yes, thank you so much. Good night, boys.
Yep, we'll see you next time, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, Sam, you hanging in there with me for a little longer?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have to do anything tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't really either. So I'm just waiting to see who else comes off the board here, so that way I can update the list. But damn, that sucks, bro.
Yeah, well,
I was so hoping the Canes would draft this kid.
Just curious, where did you find Matt?
Oh, he's Matthew Powell on X. That interacts with us all the time. You've seen him before. He listens to your show a lot too.
Yeah, I noticed that when he told me. So.
Yeah, no, you've interacted with him before, but he follows all of us, you, me, and Griff and AB and all that. Yeah, we've talked to him a bunch.
And does he work in the scouting? He sounds like
no. He's just like super nerdy about it, like I am about stats and video breakdowns and stuff. And
oh, okay.
San Jose's picking again.
Oh, is Blake Fiddler actually related to
Yuri Fiddler?
Uri?
I don't think so.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'm curious too, but I don't
It
think they are.
is Vernon Fiddler.
Oh, it is? Oh.
Yeah, yeah, that's his father. Is Vernon Fiddler.
Oh.
That's cool. Gosh, I just wish next year it does not go on this long because it is just so painful.
What?
They picked him.
Who?
Ravensbergen.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. Oh my god. Oh shit. Two biggest organizational needs. Lost out on both of them in three picks, basically. Fucking wow. See, now I'm starting to worry, like, where's Gastrin and Potter going to go? Because if they go in the next two picks, Gastrin and Potter in particular, this draft is essentially a fucking failure.
I mean, like,
or not a failure, but it's not going to turn out as good as it could have.
looking at the trade alone, it's a good trade. You get basically, like I've heard it said many times before, draft picks are a lot like darts on a dartboard. The more darts you have, the more chance you have of hitting that bullseye.
Yeah.
I completely agree. But at the same time, I will say I think there are some times where you just gotta be stingy and just go for it. That's just me. But
I'll say this. I have a feeling that one day, for some significant reason, you and I are going to come back to this particular moment in this stream, and something consequential may happen down the line because of what we've witnessed in the last few minutes. Like there will be some sort of ripple effect in history, whether it's good or bad, that we will come back to this moment. You and I will, and Matthew and whoever else. We will come back and look at this moment and say, that was the moment that we knew something significant was going to happen later because of what we just witnessed. I just had that feeling.
Yeah, maybe. I'll admit it's a good trade, but I just don't like it. That's just probably how I'm going to phrase it.
I understand the rationale behind it, but like right after that trade, two of the players that the Hurricanes probably could draft that one, they were best available and fit organizational needs, and they're already gone.
And yet they're probably probably going to do with those picks is draft small guys again. And
Yeah.
if they do, then I'm just like, then what's the point
Yeah.
of trading
if
and
you're
making that trade in the first place?
And if you're going to draft a small guy, it might as well be Colin Potter. And what if he comes off the board before 34, which is a distinct possibility.
I'm going to look something up here. What was the draft where we basically like traded all of our picks for like 13 picks? You know, remember
It
that
was
draft?
the 20. What was the one? What year did we do the offer sheet for KK? Because we were recovering those picks. That's why we traded so many of them back.
Was it the 2019? No. 2019
I think
was
it was.
Suzuki.
I want to say it was the 2020 draft.
2020 was Jarvis. I know that.
That's right. Maybe the 2021 draft, but I know which one you're talking about. We traded a bunch of picks back. Like we traded basically every pick we had back to get more. And I think they were trying to fill the organizational depth from where
2021.
It was 2021, yeah, because they were recovering stuff from the KK offer sheet because we gave up a lot to get him. Well, let's see who LA picks.
Henry Brutzowicz.
Okay.
Defenseman.
He wasn't on the list.
Okay, so in the 2021 draft, with all the picks that we got, Scott Morrow, Ville Koivunen, who we traded to Pittsburgh.
Traded.
Patrick Hamrla, who's a goalie.
Mm-hmm.
Aiden Preshuk. Guess what? In the 4th round, Jackson Blake.
That was a good one.
That was really good. Robert Orr in the 5th round. Justin Robidas in the 5th round. He played a couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see him being a mainstay in the NHL with us, but like definitely a good organizational piece for depth.
Bryce Montgomery.
Depth piece.
Nikita Kwap, who I think we just signed him to a contract.
We just signed him to an ELC.
Yeah. Igor Nemunov, who's a goalie. Joel
I think he's still playing in the K.
Well, who's left on the list, Brandon? I think someone's asking that question.
Yeah, I'm going to pull it. I'll wait until after Calgary makes their pick.
Okay.
And then because somebody might come off of it at that point, and then after that I'm gonna call it a night.
I can't be too disappointed. It was the 29th pick. It's not like we're getting.
Yeah, depending on which players they draft tomorrow, will decide how I feel about it. I'm just kind of reserving judgment at the moment. But honestly, I really just kind of think that this was... I really just don't think they made a good decision here. And I feel like that we're going to look back on it at some point and say that this was a consequential moment. I really do. Like, I just have that feeling. Like, and I don't say shit like that often. There's a lot of things that people get worked up about that end up being nothing. I don't think that this is one of those moments. I think this is going to be a something burger with a whole lot of extra cheese.
Yeah.
Man, I would love to have a burger, but I can't for another... Let's see. I got to make it until 4th of July before I have a burger. That's the deal I made with myself. I've actually been a good boy about my nutrition and shit lately.
I feel.
But yeah, I understand that like it's good asset management and everything, but at the same time, it's like the Canes do have this kind of bad habit of doing the same shit over and over again, and they have one ECF game that they've won to show for it.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. Here, let's see what Lanny McDonald has to say here.
He seems like that guy that's a part of your family that just like, you need to do this or you need to do that.
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Yeah,
Work
yeah.
harder.
Yeah.
I walk to school in the freezing cold in the morning
Yeah.
and the blazing heat in the evening, going uphill both ways.
He really does. Because I had to say, Colin Porter.
Fuck!
It sucks. But at the same time, your reaction helps me so much.
Your reaction's making me laugh now. This is a fucking shit show. Oh my god. Oh. All right, see, I had a feeling that was going to happen. That's why I waited on the list. So, I will show you the consequences of the Hurricanes trading that pick back for me on a personal level. My top 5 that I was wishing for: Mason West, Joshua Ravensbergen,
Drafted
Colin Potter. 3 of the 5 I wanted the Hurricanes to potentially get with the 29th overall pick, gone. And that whole domino effect started happening when they traded the 29th pick back. And immediately Chicago used that pick to draft Mason West. Joshua Ravensbergen went next. And with the very last pick in the first round, Calgary just took Colin Potter. What the fuck?
You were so passionate. Like, so passionate. When you said that.
I can't help but laugh at this. This is just funny now. This is a goddamn Greek tragedy. What the fuck? And then Matthews 10 out of his top 5.
Oh my gosh.
Out of his top 5, 4 of them are gone. Mason West, Billy Zonin, Colin Potter, Joshua Ravensbergen. The only one left of his top 5 is Ivan Ryabkin.
Brandon, you sounded like you're in a Shakespeare play, just like, oh.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch that later. I probably.
It was so funny. Like you like made like a hand motion too. It was like a fist bump into the air.
At least they didn't. It's like, no, don't worry. We're not going to draft Gastrin either because he's going to wake up in the morning and decide he doesn't want to play hockey anymore, and he's going to he's going to go back to Sweden and become a sheep farmer, like the guy from fucking Ed and Eddie.
I'll be repeating this after this live stream. That passionate play of saying the F word. Oh my god. Honestly, it sounds like me saying the word shit. Because those of you watching and listening, I try not to get in the habit of cussing.
I've been trying to get out of the habit of it for years. I think it's just too late for me. 8 years in the Navy will do that to you. I'm not going to pretend I wasn't doing it before and after that, but still.
It's like you were told to in a Shakespeare play, Brandon, to say the F word. And
yeah, it's
going,
like I did the I did the at the same time. I'm going to clip that.
Brandon, say the F word in this way.
Yeah, that was just a raw reaction there. I couldn't recreate that if I tried.
And then you overreact to the director's like, that's a little too much. We gotta do it down.
Yeah, I didn't mean to go that hard with it, but that was what was most certainly on my mind at that moment.
Oh, you gotta go through these comments.
You watched it back 5 times.
It's priceless, isn't it?
Okay, let me go see this shit. Hold on a second. let me go on the YouTube side of things and pull it up. And
I wish it gave you the option on like StreamYard to like actually make you, as it's recording, you can look at the past recording. You know?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Seriously, you have got to watch it.
Hold up. Yeah, I'm about to get to it now.
At least we got to see a few trades this draft. So it was a little bit of info. Oh man, that was so funny. Brandon, you're really making my night on the boring draft night.
Okay, I think I found it.
Did you flip a pin right before you said that word?
I think I did.
I did not see the pin word. Oh my god. My favorite celebrity guest was back in the 2020 draft when they had Alex Trebek on. That was pretty good, I thought. You remember that pick, Brandon? The Alex
Hold on one
Trebek
second. I'm still
one?
looking for this thing.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah. Because a few minutes has passed since that, so.
Oh, Sam, you need to look at Brandon's reaction because it was priceless. It had me laughing. Yes,
Oh,
but
here
it
it
was
is.
so funny. When the live stream's over, you need to. It's funny. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you're laughing, aren't you, Brandon?
I just saw it.
Yep. Yep. Did you do the pin flip?
I didn't mean to, but I did. Oh.
That was pretty funny, wasn't it?
Oh my god, that was hilarious. You know what? This whole night's been fucking worth it now, just because of that.
Yeah.
No, it was fun hanging out with you though, but now that this is over, your event has ended. Yes, thank you for letting me know that, ESPN.
Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna head off. I am getting tired.
Yeah, me too, buddy. Thank you. I think I used up the last of my energy for the day in that particular moment.
The boredom was just the boredom of the draft got into your soul so much you had to unleash it. And you did right there in that moment.
Yeah, and it didn't last more than a split second. It just all came out at once.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Okay. See you, Brandon.
All right. Thank you for joining me, pal.
No problem.
God, that was like my moment. Like, you know how Steve Dangle went fucking nuts after the David Ayers game? That was kind of like that moment for me. All right. Thank you all very much for joining. I will say this much before I depart for the evening. I don't know what players the Hurricanes organization had higher on the board as far as who they wanted to pick. I'm not saying that my list includes all those same guys. I'm not saying that Matthew's list includes all those same guys, but if I were a betting man, I would say Matthew's list and the Hurricanes organization probably had some similarities. And the fact that so many of them came off the board from the Hurricanes trading back the pick is a little bit frustrating, as you may have noticed. So something does tell me that this is going to be a little bit of a consequential moment for years to come. We will see. I very well could be wrong. I have been wrong before. Hell, I've been wrong a bunch tonight. We will see. I'm going to get through the rest of these comments, and then I'm going to call it an evening. Let's see. Where is it? Lost where I'm at here. There we go. Jeremy's point of view. Welcome to the show, buddy. West is a guy who. Oh, Jeremy's point of view. He also has a YouTube channel. I haven't got to sit down and watch a whole bunch of it, but I have seen it. So go check him out. Jeremy's point of view. West is a guy who was offered a chance to play D1 football as a QB. Kid's got size and raw talent. I think the Canes will regret passing up on him. Sucks big time. I agree. And that was one thing Matthew and I talked about when we profiled Mason West. And out of all the potential draft picks that him and I discussed, Mason West was the one that was discussed the most and the one who him and I both wanted. So that was kind of bad. But then Ravensburg and Ann Potter all come off the board. So we'll see what happens. J-Dub says he better not trade 34 tomorrow. At the rate it's going, it might be more advantageous for him to do that because a lot of the players that would have benefited the Canes, in my opinion, are, so many of them are off the board. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow because that was a wild, wild ending to that draft. Have you seen the reaction of the kids Savage drafted? Not yet, because I was kind of splitting time between looking at that and keeping up with the stuff on StreamYard and everything. J-Dub says, I agree. Weird feeling we regret this. Yeah, I've got that dark cloud feeling right now. about this. Like, it may end up not being a big deal, but just something tells me that we'll forget about it for a while. And then at some point down the line, something's going to happen. And then we as fans will come back and look at this particular point in time in the draft and think, okay, maybe something should have been done different. That's just kind of how I feel about it. Like I said, I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Dylan says, so we went from not having a second round pick to having 2. I understand, but damn, just the next 2 players to go was big. Yeah, I agree. B says, oh, geez. Tony D says, oh, no. LMAO, yeah. Fuck. Yeah, I did say that. Ryabkin and Gastron are the targets now. Yeah, that's about the only 2 left as far as like who could potentially go at 34, but we'll see what happens. Dylan Bollinger says it's funny because waiting all this time, I'm still available, and then we traded the pick and boom, the sky fell out. Yeah. I don't know what their draft list looked like, but if it looked anything like mine and or Matthews, today did not end well. The crash out, LMAO. I'll just tell myself he is under 6 foot. We didn't need him. Yeah, that's good job. It's a good way to cope there. I just watched that back 5 times, dude. I'm gonna clip that individually and post it because of how funny it was. Was that a pin flip right before? It might have been, but all right, guys. Thank you very much for sitting through this with me. I will go ahead and tell you this though. That draft format ain't it. I'll elaborate on that in the future. Additionally, if they do this shit again next year, I will only go live a few minutes before the Hurricanes would make their pick. The downside of that is, in the event that the Hurricanes ever traded up to get a pick and I wasn't live, then I wouldn't be able to react to it. I'm going to figure out a different course of action for streaming during the draft next season, because this was kind of a slodge tonight, and I wasn't feeling that great to begin with anyway. But thanks to you, wonderful people, I made it through it. And a special thank you to Sam and Matthew for joining me. Everyone, I wish you a good rest of your evening. The 17 minutes we have left on 27 June 2025 in the year of our Lord. Y'all have a good night. I will see you tomorrow.